I muted myself twice. I don't know how I keep doing that. I click the unmute and then I just unmute myself or remute myself. I don't really know. But hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Hello, Wobble. Condemned Buster. Hello, everybody. Unpin this message. I need to get my advancedgg, which I forgot to get. So let me go grab that really quick and then we'll get into working because we have a lot of stuff to do today. Okay, I'm here officially. Ugh. Oh no, my blanket. Oh, why my blanket? Okay. A problem of having short arms is that I can't reach things on the floor when I'm sitting in my chair. So my chair is too high off the ground for my arms to reach the floor. Alrighty. I'm gonna restart this playlist because I want to listen to something again. Hello. I'm like kind of low, huh? There you go. I feel like I'm still kind of low. That's okay. There you go. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. We got shit to do, bruh. Alright. Okie dokie. Let's get shit started, shall we? Then I will sell you my soul. The moment I tell you that I'm yours. Trying to decide how I want to do all these. So I realized I didn't have to flatten them the way that I did. I'm just making sure everything kind of looks kosher. This one doesn't. I take. Let's do it this way. Image. The devil and I will sell you my soul. Some gold. I think that's better. So yeah, we have the PDF. New reward example, a copy of what you're making. Oh, interesting. Add a reward. Wait, cancel. Oh, reward tiers. Okay, they're working on that, so I gotta work on this one. Edit physical book. And that would be, I kind of want to update this one. Digital PDF, because it looks a little crispy, little crunchy. We don't need this. Rasterize. My cat is being a menace. A menace. A menace. Get it? Good job. She caught it. Alright, I think. I don't know if that looks just as crunchy. Hold on. Hello, jailer. Welcome on in. I think that looks just as crunchy. No, it looks a little less crunchy, I'd say. So we'll export this one. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, let's get the physical book. I just had an idea. Export. I'll do physical book. Give me this one again. Ooh, my cat. My cat's about to piss me off. Moira. Moira, what are you doing? Psst, 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 psst. Rasterize and then keep these. And he'll get a little funkier, but I think the rest of it will look pretty good. Yeah, it looks a bit more crispy. Digital PDF. I'm just gonna go back because I didn't mean to remove the book. There we go. Alright, physical book, and then we upload physical book. And then we save item. And I'm gonna edit this item really quick because I want the nicer picture. Though I don't think you can tell. It still makes me happier to use a nicer image. Look at that. And then new item. And then the next item is hardcover premium, which we don't have an image for yet. Save item. Add new item. Reverse digital. Okay, and then beat these guys. How would it look if I just made them smaller? I just gotta make this text a little bit smaller. reference cards. Digital. This is the hardcover. But Buster, thank you for the song request. Means a lot to me. Reference cards. Postcards. Poster sticker. My nose. How do we get here standing? Live abandoned. It's like abandoned. To you. What the fuck? How did I do that? Huh? Is it A, B, C, D? I think this goes in alphabetical order, actually. To fall to you. Reference cards. These are the reference cards. I'm just gonna copy and paste these in here. Now we're gonna remove this guy. I also have to modify the shading on the thing. Reference cards. Oops. Underscore digital. And this can just be reference cards. Save item. Oh, that's what I was doing. That's right. I can't click that one. Is this how you feel today, Buster? Valid. Let's see, outer glow needs to be... Can I not see it because it's not on the thing? No, I can. I just can't see it because it's so hard to see on the thing. So it's 6. 6. Boop, 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 boop. And 6. Outer glow 6. Monster token title outer glow 6. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Mini STL. This one. I think that's already 6. This one's not. This one's not. I think the pin set isn't. Why is this one different? Song is gold. This is a good song. I like this song. Ooh, interesting. I fucked this one up. VTT digital assets. That's what I want. Alright. We're gonna listen to Epic today because I was referencing it in my meeting today, so we're gonna listen to it. And I feel like, you know, listen to a musical that you vibe with when you're high. It's a vibe. And I'm not high, but Buster might be, so like, might as well hype us all up, huh? My drink is frozen shut. God dang it, no! Okay, my drink is frozen. Fuck. Okay, well, I will drink it in a minute then. Where you been? Okay, I'll put these over here. I didn't know you were already high. I'm not. I currently am not. It's a good thing I ain't too, because they have a lot of work. No, I'm smoking today. Yeah, Buster's the one that's getting high for us today. We don't have that one. Reference cards. Oh, no. That one's fine. Another P. Until them a cause. This one is the one I want. Was this not? Oh no, this one's like small. What the fuck? Oh my god, Jesus Christ, sorry. Vision. Export mini STL. Whew. Save item. Mini STL. VTT integration. Not already. I don't think you're ready. Just an infant. It's just a boy. Walk out of it and the threat that he put. Digital assets. I need the integration one, and my nose is like stuffed now, and that sucks because like that's throwing me all the way off. What to say? You say about to VTT integration. I could wait to miss my home, far away from home. Not that one. We need this one. Nope, I did that one wrong. It's this one. Save item. And this is something you can't choose. Yeah, there you go. Integration digital assets. The God sticker pack is next. You're gonna get so many cool stickers. You can get so many cool stickers, child. Look at these stickers. Those little cute baby ones. and then there's some bestiary ones, and then there's some god ones. They are very cool. Okay, I have to blow my nose because my nose is like fucked now. My sinuses are fucked. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we're okay. Close your eyes, self the view. Let's do bestiary. Oh wait, what are we doing? God stickers. We're doing God stickers first. God stickers. God pack. Do all of them really quick. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Become the blame. What does a man become a monster? Steery pack. Give me chibi ones. Monster. Chibi. Stickers. Chibi pack. Okay. New item. Save. And the bestiary one. Am I spelling bestiary wrong? Bestiary, okay. I was spelling it wrong. Nice in between. Waiting. I think I should do me in the full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. 600 men. 101. Sticker pack gods. Save. And I can refresh. So the birds fly, lead us to land. And food must take it in command. Full speed ahead. Also we gods. Bestiary, okay. Save item and then collector's coin. Some food, who knows? Feels off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke. Time to waste, so let's take the waste and I'll tease gear up. When I'll go ahead, you and I'll go ahead. I want this to be so far. Till sunrise, I don't return. 100 men can make this whole place burn. Save. Collector's coin, the DM screen. And away we go. We have images of the new DM screen, don't we? Yeah, I'll try it. Because I kind of like it. Relax, my friend. No. DM screen of a service. Relax, my friend, and find polities. For all that they have been through, fight what we get into. Aren't you tired of the war and bloodshed? Tell me this is how we're supposed to live. You got a person that you trust them. You stop and lower your guard. This life is amazing if you feel with open arms. You face so behind if we're leading from the heart. Place with the right without a start. With open arms. Let's rasterize this. I'm here for food. 100 friends are waiting. He says, warning you. We all know that safely our men will turn this to blazes. I think I put too many E's in that. No. I did. I put 3 E's. That's gonna bug the shit out of me, but I fixed it. Let's see how that looks. I hope it looks okay. Yeah, it looks good. I don't think that looks bad. Okay, so we have the DM screen, the monster tokens, which I guess I'll do some modifications on this. Inner. Yeah, I think that's okay. Oh, my friend, that kindness is brave. DM screen. Monster token. What do we use like this a field cave? This life is amazing when we let it with open arms. And your face will be almost killed inside your heart. Okie dokie. And then I think I want to wait. Hello, condemned. I think I'm gonna wait for the dice box. I think we're gonna get a new image of that one. I don't know. I did it 100. Good job. I'm so proud. Thank you for stopping by. 400 stones. It means a lot. Mwah. What a dedicated community. You couldn't find any other live streamer that has a better, more dedicated community, in my opinion. Okay, we can do minis, dice box. And add that one. Dice set Naga. Dice set Oh No. Dice set Mung. Dice set Guild Wallen. Dice set Tsunami. Dice set Kib. Dice set Aldulthun. Jumbo Black dice. We can do that one next. Jumbo Black 4.0 dice. Kill. My eyeball. Okay. Make a greater tomorrow. the shadow a little bit less. Export jumbo. Oops. Jumbo blackout dice. And then save item. So yourself. I can see you. Ah. Well done, enlighten me, what's your name? You first, and maybe I'll do the same. I just want to drink my advancedgg, but I think it's still frozen. Please. Oh my god, not frozen enough. Oh my god, I spilled it. I was drinking successfully, and then the last minute I spilled it. God damn it. No. No, Chad, it's all over my jacket. I don't really have a good towel. Okay, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. A nice thing is that it ain't sticky. But I am now wet, so that's cool. Dice bag. Dice bag. Save. I'm cold. I'm a little cold and wet now. You don't fall behind. It's okay. I'll be okay. I just didn't want to spill it because it's like it's a really nice cold temperature now. It's like very, very crispy cold. Like, you know, when you have like crisp cold water after like a hard day of work, that's what it feels like. Poster. We only have one poster right now. Not the fun kind of wet. Yeah. 24 times 36 inch. I think 36 inch. I think 24 by 36 inch, yeah. Why do you both fight the treat? Pin set. Yeah, the pins go all together, so we have to put those all together. Oh, does eaters pass up on all this food? Look at these pins. They look so cool. I did like a little shine effect on them, so they look even cooler. I gotta say, I like it. I like it a lot. I might change the orientation of this, though, because I think this one would do better horizontal. Sheep. I'm just a little guy. Hell yeah. Sometimes you just gotta be a little guy. Ain't nothing wrong with being just a little guy, Buster. You know me, I'm a little guy all the time. Oh, you know that. I bet, you know, this guy, the orc just wanted to be a little guy too with all his sheep. When you think about it. Want to take to my home to steal. Now you become my meal. You took from me. Misunderstanding. Made me steal. Oh my god. Your finest treasure. Long as we live alive. You take the world's best tasting wine. Have our drink. One sip and you'll understand. I think these got a little out of whack. They did. Fresh, you never wanna take human flesh again. We shall be on our way. Shedding here today. Seek it from you, I get from me. I'm just gonna make sure these are all aligned to one another. they are, and I'm just gonna scoot them over one. Pin set. There's nobody. Save. Is having alternative text on things matter? I don't think it does. I don't know if it does, to be fair. Puns. Okay, I'm almost all dry, but now I smell like advancedgg. And the plushie. Others are fleet at the beach. Good is dead. We're fighting. But to survive, 600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take. I might have to. I want to specify that. I might have to open the window. It's so quiet in the house today. I'm gonna open the window. I also took the little tube that goes to my AC out of the window because it is too cold now. But I might keep the AC out, but not like hook it into my window because it's nice and square. I have like a just a square one that you put in a room, and honestly, it's kind of a good side table. And if I unplug it and make sure it's not plugged in, I won't accidentally turn it on or anything. Postcards wooden. Alright, postcards wooden. What's next? Mic plush. He needs to face the other way, I think. You know what? This one should face the other way, I think. No, they should face inwards. Oh, my tummy kind of hurts. I don't know why. Nerves, probably. I had to blame it on something. Name and book. Wooden postcards. Here they are. Postcards, wooden. And then we need a postcards, the PDF ones. The title. Just make it smaller. Bring this up in here. Bring these down. There we go. Cards, digital. These are the wooden ones, correct? Yes. Okay. We need the digital one, save item, and then item builder. I think this one just needs a singular image. So I just take one of these. Let them die in vain. it's on his club. That's how we're getting out of here. These are the items images of before. And tiers, items, add-ons. I shall not die. And to keep from all right. Yes. Okay. Either man or mythic, I am the darkest warrior. I am the heroes. Alright, I think that's most of it. File, save as, resize, Kickstarter, items. We'll keep that open. I want to do this just a little bit differently. It's sentimental at best. That's not a teaching of okay, there we go. This way. And then I want to mod it for these guys. I'm swaying. Well, make sure you drink water. I know that technically, you know, getting high can technically dehydrate you, so just make sure to get a little water in you. And get some emergency snackies in case you get the munchies. Your friend, oh, you're gone this way. You're out of my head now. This way, I'll make my life this way. All the doors is out of sight and out of mind. Take your time this way. I was making dinner right now. Perfect timing then. Horizontal and not looking for a friend. waste of effort spent. I know what I'm fighting for when you're I don't know if I want to put this like this. I do! Yeah, that's better. And I have chips. What kind of chips? What kind of chips? After all, you're just a man. I can hear in the other rooms Pixels and my boss already having a meeting right now, and Pixels has not been sleeping all that much. And Pixels keeps saying, oh, you know, we haven't gotten sleep. I'm like, I don't know about you, I haven't get my sleep. I can't function without sleep. And I'm just getting really mad at Pixels for not sleeping, and it's really funny because Pixels doesn't really take me seriously when I tell him to sleep, because like I get it that he, you know, he needs to get his work done and he's not going to be able to rest till he gets his work done. I get that entirely, you know, and so it's kind of just kind of funny to me. Acknowledgement is technically an item as well on this. In time. Oh, hi there. Oh, hi there. Welcome on in, Canadian. How you doing today? From the storm. Oh, acknowledgement. I think I learned how to spell a new word today. Ooh, those are good chips. I've heard Zaps was really good. I see them in the store all the time, and I really get curious about how they taste. And Pixel says those are pretty good chips. Like he's had those, and then he likes them quite a bit. Who capsized with the sales? All right, I gotta do. Shit, I gotta do a few things that I forgot. Storm, what's up? What's up? What's up, V? What's the matter? Did I make an announcement for 3 days until launch? Oh, I just reused it. Do you have a way to get you cheerful quickly? Like her stream? Like her stream? Where the kids will come through the mic? I don't. That would be a Lady M thing. I'm not that close to cheerful. Yeah, maybe ask Lady M if she could do that, or Havoc. Havoc might have her number too. Yeah, I don't. Oh gosh. Yeah, I would just monitor her chat if you can, cause I don't think you could put it on a. You could put it on a. If any of you are like mods in her chat, you can put it to like followers only chat, and then or if you can, it'd be better to put it at subscribers only chat, so that way unless they sub, they can't do anything. So because that's the only thing I can think of. You can't, because there's nothing else you can really do in those kind of situations. It's just like kind of like whoops. Islands have I seen before, with the wind gone. For a hand. Seeker. 8 hours left. Oh. This earlier because I'm currently crunching. Please forgive us till we launch our Kickstarter. As we full look at the goodies records unveil for you all. And yeah. And click. Visit. Copy. Die on it. You'll die on it. Whoa. With a concern whether I can assure you. I smell like watermelon lime. Advancedgg. One of them died there. Private. I'm gonna change the background a little bit. I can't have you planting seeds of doubt. Enshrined. Resources. This one. Okay. Export. Enshrined. Just save it. Actually, 24 hours left. This is not a 48 hours. This is a 48. This is. Ooh. Can go the distance. Journey home. Oh, and twisting and turning. Not to say burning. Open this bag, and so easy, watch the catch, Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Alright. What? My chair's all fucked up. I smell like advancedgg. It's kind of cold, but not that cold, but it's kind of cold. My brain is all frazzled. What are we even doing, chat? What are we even doing anymore? I don't know. Trapped in the bag. Let's see what you got. Okay. Oh. Okay. Uh, 48 hours left. Got to post to just real. They will be delivering you your brain feeds. I know how to spell guarantee. I don't know if I've ever known how to spell that word, though, to be fair. That's this word. Okay, cool. And then boop. And then I'm just gonna go here, and then I'm gonna go here. And because I really care about this project, I'm just gonna do this and this. Yeah, like it's not one you can sound out. I don't like words that you can't sound out. Or words that when you sound them out, they don't have the letters that's in it. Like Q. Like you can't sound out the word Q and hope to get the letters out of sounding it out, you know? Okay. I don't know how long that's gonna take. I forgot what the premium book cover is. Which cover is the premium? This one. Very often that I get pissed off at you with the ways, but damn, you cross the line. It's the cover of this one. Hello, Vexed. How are you today? Oops, I didn't mean to close it. I need the... Good, my wallet is hurting without the dining hall. Understanding. How long is the... It's a break. You're on a break, right? How long is the break for? Even night. Is it this one? Copy image. What do you want me to do this here? E. Nice. It ends on Wednesday, but the dining hall is open for a bit tomorrow. Steal all the food. Get there early, steal all of it. Go tomorrow. Steal all of the food. And be like, teehee. I didn't do anything. Okay, I think 100% will. Fuck yes, good job. I'm proud of you, Vex. Problem solved. How's life? It's going well. Very crazy. A little bit hectic, but we're doing pretty good. How are you doing? A June to alarm him. Okay. There's her done also, yes. I can't type, but that's okay. Just invisible. Close your heart. Held in some mark. Got traumatized today? How come? Physical book. This one is... Sure, if it was playing Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares is spooky. Also, who wants to do the descriptions? Oh, fuck. It's that way, too. Okay. items. Okay, then we'll do it like this. I was ready to hear about you seeing someone being killed on TikTok. That would be fucking crazy. We're not on iFunny. What the fuck? That would be so scary. Ooh, that got crunchy. But me. Oh, she ate a little dude, the live rat, and the lady. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. A lot of the creatures in Little Nightmares are very PTSD-inducing. Very trauma-inducing. I called Chio for her stream has ended. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know how much this matters. You're really good. Just a separate with the buy button versions. PDF physical book. Insecure. PDF physical book. No, don't do it like that, Elaine. I keep wanting to bring in the one-offs that I did, but they're not gonna look as good. You really like us back so soon. This will be your crew. Oops. What happened to you? A palace. There we go. There you go. It's like this game. It is called Little Nightmares. To be fair, it is called Little Nightmares. I like this. I'm inside. Welcome to the best part of your life. How did they do theirs? I got you. No worries, Cersei's got you now. Oh, that's how they did it. I should do it like that as well. Cersei's got you now. I think it's in here. Lost the things you make. Hi, Shadow. Thank you for the head packets. Individual essence. I need this one. Heyo, heyo. How are you today? Cute. All we lost and all we've learned. Doing good. How are you? I'm good. I'm doing a little bit of crunch because I am trying to get all the stuff done for Kickstarter. A Kickstarter that literally launches in, I don't know, 24 hours. And I'm a little stressed, but you know, it's okay. We the same. Between. Thank you for the song request. I'm up to no, I'm not a player, I'm up to PDF. I need this to be in the center. Export. This will be. Where's assets? New. Word tiers. What did they do? Physical hardcover book. I don't think I have to do this yet on her text. I don't know. I don't know what we did for the other one. I'm just gonna save this. Ooh. And hardcover book. Hold on, this list is outdated. Save the reward tier and reopen this page to see. What? Huh? Mm-hmm. 60. We did April 2027. Oh goodness. Alternative text. Items. You know, to be honest, I can hear the more I open this. A hardcover book. Okay, physical book. Digital deluxe. This is going to be the I will say, while I like this song, if this is Maury Calliope, she pronounces, it's not a sound like or it's actually her. That makes sense. All I'll say is that she pronounces her words quite a bit, doesn't she? Quite a bit of word pronunciation in this one, I see. PDF, digital postcard designs, PDF. Digital postcards. I've never heard of Demon Side before, so no. VTT integration. Oh. What? Zoomer moment. Vex is younger than me. Unfortunately, I can't take that because Vex is younger than me. Yeah, just for a 6 minute. Well, that's a... What? What does that mean? You to the bones. Oh, my brain's already dead. I mean, 8 grams. 8 grams of what? So this has the PDF. Oh, okay. Postcards digital. Minis SD. VTT integration. VTT. Reference cards. My my brain. I have to look at. I think it would be better to look at this. Background items, background assets. Look at this. Oh, you're making me do all of it. Okay. Die. Cries. Well, why would you give me all of it then? Just in case. Just in case of what? I don't know. I just did it. I have like 20 things to do right now. You don't have to do it. You just said you wanted the texture. Yeah, and you gave me everything. Is it different than? It's in Katarina's phone. It's this? Yeah. Oh. The idea is it would be gold foiled, but I can do metallic. Okay. I think I got everything sorted on all the tiers. Okay. Are removing. We added a new one in the middle called like table set. I went through and made sure that they all had the right items listed for like the virtual tabletop assets and stuff like that. Just each tier had the correct list. The only other thing I changed was the reference cards. I think we'll just say like reference card set on most of them. Right now it says like reference cards 192. And then like in the description they say like 150 plus reference cards or something like that. Because 192 is like a little too specific. But all that's on there. Do you need anything else? Well, you really lost me, so I don't really know. And also, this doesn't fit, so I don't know what you want me to do about that. Also, this and this are different now, so. Fair. Do they, is it, words, do they only have a flat version? No. I have PSD. We hope and pray it's not flat. If it's a problem, then I can say to Artie and I can do it. You have a lot of other stuff to do, so I can do that later. Later? I have to do it now, though, don't I? The book. Yes. Because I need all the assets, because all the items are done now, except for the items that don't have images. Okay. Okay, so then do you need my help with the book render right now? I guess not. Is this keeping you from doing what you need to do? This, the list I sent. And this is on my list. Is it? I don't know. I need to memorize this, but I can. I posted the list in. fuck. Which is this one? This prophet is dead. So you guys never done anything wrong? Can attest. The world instead. Active kindness. Boop. 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 There you go. And then enshrined. There's no puppet here. Hello, Norman. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Cersei's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear. And
So things I can help with on that list of final things, I can get the book rendered for you as soon as you send me that, and I'll do the rest and get you the render of the premium book. For the minis, I don't have all the final renders right now. Need to do that later today. Do you want me to give you? I have 2 final renders right now. Do you want me to give you those, or do you want to just wait for one?
I just need final renders of two of them. So, because remember we're doing the Pokemon outlines for the rest of them.
Okay.
So whatever is easier for you. What is your mind?
Can we do that last then with the renders of those, because I would like to try and get a better I'd like to try and get the one I'm working on now, but I have 2 in case that doesn't work out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'll be waiting the rest of the day for that.
Okay, so then do you just want me to give you the 2 now?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I can work on it now or I can work on it later. It doesn't matter. It's just like I will be waiting. So if that's okay, then I can work on other stuff. It's just like I will be waiting.
Why don't I just give you the 2 now? That way it's done, worst case scenario, and then we can update it, or is that more work?
Well, I'm not uploading anything for it until,
Okay.
because I did because like that list, like essentially I'm not gonna work on the on the icons for these or the actual
You're not doing any
tier things. Yes, because why would I? I'm okay. We just learned apparently our Airbnb is like a condo and not a house. The hot tub in the backyard is apparently shared. They definitely didn't mention that in the description when we booked it a long time ago. It's okay. Just put fish on their side of the house. Easy.
Just to double check I'm clear.
So the only things I need from you are at least one more of these. So at least it looks like there's more than one. And then this book. That's like it.
Okay.
Because the rest of it comes from the dice box and the dice.
Because
Cause why would I?
Yeah, that's.
Cause I'd have that'd be the third time I redid these.
Well, yeah, no, I understand.
I had to close my eyes. Also, for some reason, the shared backyard has direct access to one of the bedroom patios. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, some people do that. Where like instead of like having the house be the Airbnb, it's just a room in the house that's the Airbnb, and they don't tell you because why would you like rent it if you knew that, you know? And that's why they do that a lot of the times, which is kind of shitty, but I guess that's how they do it. What's up?
Did you do that, or did Margaret?
I did that.
So, goddamn.
It's too quiet in here for some reason.
Fair enough. Okay.
There is a world where I help you get home. That's not a world. I mean, I have to wait for the marketing guys to give me their stuff anyway, so it's like it's up to you whether you want to do it now or later.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure that out because.
It's like a whole condo complex with other units. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like people will go back and forth. People will like just do a condo and be like not tell you it's shared because technically they're separate units. But I do think it's silly. What's up? How about we do this? Why don't you take a nap first? I will then get to work on all my scripts and stuff like I still need to do today. Because I still need to do that today. And then when you wake up, I'll probably be starting again on the Kickstarter stuff. And then you can give me the renders. Because they didn't take that long, yeah? Because, like...
The mini renders or the book?
Both. Because
book render, 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Mini render is more of a question mark.
Because, like, you have some of them already. Like, you had screenshots of something. Like, the smothered and...
I have two that are 100% done, and I have renders of.
Which two?
Guildwallen and the Sacrificed with the Heart.
That one would work if you just want to do those two, because that one has a lot of stuff going on with it, so I could just use those two to fill it out, and then... Yeah, so why don't you just give me that one? Here, I'll make a list for you.
I have one more that isn't as high quality, but it does have a render. That's the Smothered. I would like to spend 30 minutes to an hour updating that, but if I...
That's a render?
I have a final render of it, but the sculpt is not as high quality as the other two.
Okay, devotee and then guild. Okay, then how about we do this? I will use the Kib one, the devotee one, and then the Guildwallen one as the front-facing ones. And then if you can just give me, like, whatever PNGs you have of everything else, then that'll work. Or at least, like, 3 PNGs, because I'm just going to black them out. Or make them, like, super dark so you can't see it, but it implies that there are more than just one mini that you're getting.
Okay. I can do that for a few more then. And then for the rest of them,
Doesn't.
all of them are based on the god portrait art. Do we want to Pokemon those even in the far back?
Which ones? What?
If you go to our pre-launch page.
To or what? Sorry.
Pre-launch page, or yeah, I don't think it's in the Kickstarter. If you go to like the home page.
I don't know how to go to the home page.
I think probably just delete everything other than pre-launch.
Thank you for the wellness check, by the way.
So all the minis are based off of these arts. Do we want to just silhouette black out those art pieces for some of the minis?
Well, see, that's the thing for now for the minis, because like it to put all 7 there and just be like, You got all 7 of these. Like, Crooked Moon didn't even do that, right? It just did, like, the Pyre Man. So, let me see. Like, miniatures only, they had this. But, like...
They actually had their minis.
For now, we could just do it where it's, like, the 2 in front and then the rest in shadow for now, if you want.
Okay, you don't think we need, like, the 3rd level of, like, silhouettes?
I mean, if you have PNGs, I mean, I could just take the PNGs of these guys, yeah?
Yeah, we have the PNGs of those guys. That's
Yeah, because essentially it'll look like this, and there'll be in, like, another one here, and then they'll have the ones in the back there. It kind of like how I did these.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, that's all I was asking, is, like, all the minis are based off of those reference art pieces, so we could use those reference art pieces as, like, actual blackout backgrounds.
Yeah, okay, then how about you just get me the render of the devotee and then Guildwana in the preview book when you wake up.
Okay.
Yeah, you get some sleep first, and then you get me those renders. If we all don't die, I'll become 6 o'clock? Yeah, 6 o'clock's good. That's 2 hours. You just have to go to sleep. Do I need to knock you out?
No.
I'll get you up too. Yeah. I'll ask you to get me something, and then you'll get up. So. Sorry about that, Norman. Crunch time is fucking real right now. I checked the listing again, and the description has been changed, and it does say the hot tub and backyard is shares, but they try and hide it. I don't care. I'm just raw about it. This is me right now, bro. No, that's on God. That's what happened to me when I was when me and Pixels went to the game development convention a few years back. We rented a condo, and we were like, yeah, it's got like a kitchen and a bathroom, so obviously like it seems private. We get there, and there's a loud ass couple like above us just chatting, and we're like, okay, well, the walls are paper thin. That's very cool. And then, like, in the mornings when we're about to go to the convention, we just see them using, like, this shared patio, which didn't have blinds, by the way. So, like, the patio just had the glass doors, and you could just look in. And I was like, okay. Like, you couldn't at least get us curtains to make it feel a little private. Like, what if I don't want them looking? Because literally the patio was connected to the living room, and we would hang out in the living room. Yeah, there were no blinds, so we would like watch TV like after GDC. We'd come back and we'd eat something, and we'd be hanging out, and we'd like watch TV. But like they could just see where we would like and like where we were, and I was like, it's just really uncomfortable. But luckily, like, they just kind of fucked off like when we got home, because we would be gone most of the day, and I think like our schedules like kind of lined up to where like when we were home they weren't home, when they were home we weren't home, kind of thing. So it kind of worked out, but it was kind of just like, it was really awkward. They just could just come back and see us hanging out. It was really weird. Yeah, like I was so lucky for that, because like Pixels and I were like, we just started to get to know each other, so like he would change in the living room, I would change in the bedroom, and I was like, I felt so bad, because I was like, if they just walk in, they're gonna see. So I kind of felt bad, but it's okay. It got figured out in the end. Okay. Okay. What am I doing? I know I'm too shy and terrified. Okay, have a good sleep. Did you just say you too? Oh, okay. I have bread now, Pog. Nice. These are most of our Kickstarter tiers. Except we're annexing a few of them, I believe. And adding a few, I think. We wouldn't have booked it if we knew we were the only ones looking at homes at the time. Yeah, I wish they had like a better distinction for it, but they don't. They don't most times. Oh goodness, sorry. Okay, so art collector is not gonna be a thing anymore. Into the water. New 4K. You didn't notice that your friends got snatched. There we go. Oops. And then I'm gonna call this backer tier Kickstarter. Let me do it this way. Kickstarter backer tiers final. Save. Close. Yeah, this one's important. This one's not as important. Oh my god. Okay, so close all these. There's so many fucking things in here. Oh yes, our songs. Yeah. To get back to my island. Assets, our book Nogla Drive. Assets. A croissant bread. Oh my god. Crossing that bread. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Paris, please. Oh, that's what we'll say. There's no part of the sea. I have so many files. You better share. I don't think I need these anymore. Okay, I have so many files. So many things going on through my head right now. Okay, so this one. We won't take more suffering from you. And made monsters. I don't know how to spell croissant. No, it's okay. I don't know how to spell croissant either. I think it's croissant. Croissant. That's how I croissant. 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 I don't know. I don't know. This is the background. Oh, Odysseus. What's this one? Damn French people, it's true. It's true. Man, you know what? I can't wait for my friend from Europe is moving close by and they make some smacking banana bread and they're gonna send me love. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. I'm glad you get to live near your friend. If my friend was like, I want to live near you, I'd be so happy. Croissant? Croissant? Okay. Well, no longer keep. Fuck, I fucked it up. Back while you were asleep. If I boop. Oh my god, I can't do shit because my brain is like broken right now. Okay, so art collector we will no longer have. And I'm dumb because I can't do that here. Yeah, it's super cool story. She's moving in with her fiance. They met from gaming and been going back and forth. And oh, yippee! We love a good gamer couple here. That's how you know they've been through trials and tribulations. All right, what's the other one that we're removing? Oops, all dice. We are removing oops, all dice. All right, I have to scoot this over. makes me sad. I like dupes all dice. And then we added the table set, which is the new one. Okay. Well, I guess I could finalize the baby ones. Okay, PDF only. Yeah, I can do it up until the core set. I'm out of croissant, boy. Fuck no. How could this happen? How could you run out of croissant web? 25. Then you write me I ate it. Oh my god. Oh my god. How could you eat all of it? You didn't even share any. Did you at least give back some? Did you at least give some to Vext? I'll make this 30. Oh my god, okay. Boop. Do, do, do. What happened? Yeah. Cool. You forgot. Oh my goodness. Alright. Odysseus. Alright, PDF only. Divorce. She's upset I didn't give her bread. I mean, I'd be upset too. Never mind. He's getting white. Let's go. Physical book. I'm just gonna scoot this one over. It's so heavy that you to eat. Fuck. E. You're about to do what I think you'll do. This one's 60. And I forgot to edit these guys, which fucking suck balls. Well, let me do that now. Because the tiers look a lot tackier if you don't fix this. Cool, I fixed it. Guess what? What's up, Norman? No. How much longer till oh fuck. God, I didn't even see how was I supposed to see that comment? How was I supposed to see that comment, Norman? I'm crunching. How was I feel betrayed. How was I supposed to? How was I supposed to see that coming? I'm working so hard. How was I supposed to see it coming? Ow, my eyeballs. Okay. Guess what, Elaine? What's up, Vex? Please don't chicken butt me. Please, I see it coming. Please don't chicken butt me. Gah! I still got chicken butted. Fuck, I still got chicken butted. Fuck. Can I do nothing to escape from the chicken butt? Am I stuck in this chicken butt hell forever? Forever? Double butted. I did get double butted. How rude. All I will ever know is the butt chicken butt. Hardcover book, digital PDF. This is digital deluxe. I'll need the VTT integration. Make this a little bit smaller. What size is this now? It's still 20. Interesting. Boop. I like that emote. Hiding away where only I can undress her. TT integration of UTT digital assets, digital PDF. There's like something on my mic that's like tickling me, so I'm sorry if I make weird noises with the mic. I think it's just my hair on my face. I'm the judgment call makes your kingdom fall. Cool. Yes, I think I got everything for this. Guess what? I'm afraid. Not chicken, but I swear. Okay, what's up? What is it? I'm twisting you. I'm scared, but I'm twisting you. Oh, dude, my hair is like in my face and it's getting annoying. I think they'll lose. There's one great. My beanie came. Let's go. Jack's just trying to make me chicken butt you. Please don't chicken butt me. Please. Please. There's like an off chance that you might say something else, so I can't always like expect it to be chicken butt. I'm just a gal, guys. God damn it, Bags. Hey, guess what? What's up? What is up? What is up, Vex? Hey, Lane. Hey, God damn it. All I'll have is ticket, but hey, Lane. What's up, V? What's up, V? Ow, 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 ow. Is this what was up? Is this what was up? Ow. That hurt. My brain. Suffering from you. You cute. Yippee. No, I know that one. No, I'm not spelling that. I'm God, I almost spelled it. I'm not spelling that. You dinkleberry. Ain't gonna fool me that easy. I know the secrets that lie behind the mind. And you will not get me up on this day. No! I not buprofen. I'm not buprofen. You buprofen. You big old baby. You buprofen. Oh, worth a shot. I remember that one. You can't get me. Because it was very elaborate. I liked that one because they were like... God damn it. I remember that one. I pay attention. Digital deluxe. Oh, I made this smaller. It's okay. Good friendship means banter. Don't worry, I get you later. I believe you. I undoubtedly believe you. I'm gonna do it when I least expect it. When I'm like all done with work for today, I'm gonna be like, today's so good. I got all my work done. This is great. And then you're probably gonna get me at that point. Look at my bedroom, living in this world and left behind. All these monsters get to fight. So I could make the world some light. I'm stuck in your stories. Oh, you are. But they're just too far. Give me a sign. Just to say you all find. Give me sirens and a cyclops. I know life and fate are scary, but I want to be legendary. Or being chimeras. Alright, and then the collector's book. Hi, Tin. Oh, I can't do the collector's book yet. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Impatient. There's two. How are you doing, Tin? Help me. Chillin'. I'm glad. I hope you're chillin'. Maybe like a villain. I'm currently just working on tiers for our Kickstarter. Hey, Elaine, you want to know what sucks? What? A vacuum? A vacuum? That's pretty good. A vacuum's pretty good. I think that's a good answer. Later, scary, and I want to be legendary. Your dad last night? Damn, not my pops. Not my pops. How could you do this to my pops? No. No, you're not my papa. How could you do this to my pops? How could you do this to my pops? You take on my mother a tramp. Oh. 50 corset. Help me. Give me a sign. Is it like this monster? Hey, Link, guess what? 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 I'm so afraid. I feel like that woman. I be sexing your mama. Don't sex my mama. Listen. Don't sex. Speaking of my mom, I need to text my parents. Oh my god. I promise I'd text them daily. Oh my god. Comes home today. I hope you both have a good time. I love you both. Trailer, hey Elaine, guess what? What's up, Trailer? What's up? You gonna chicken butt me too? You gonna chicken butt me too? And there's my little wolf. We keep the minis one. Core set, trinket collector, table set, collector's mini. Yeah. Little wolf die, little wolf. This one will be around. Bye back. Trinket collector. is 205. Just made your thoughts quick. Collector set. Table set is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I think trinket collector and table might be similar. I think that might be similar in size, so I'm gonna just give them the same size. Table set is 220. And DMs, okay. Fuck, I forgot something. Is collectors like this as well? Yeah, this one's not. Okay, shit. Give me 1 second. Boop, boop. Okay, fix that. Table set looks good now. Trinket collector doesn't. Oh, there he is. Oh, there it is. Okay. God dang it. There you go. Okay. What? What? Why did I get it? I got a DM from Vexed, Jailer. What is this? Oh, wait. I see. Guess? I'm afraid, Taylor. What is this? Why? What is this? I'm afraid. What is this? Why did you Superman me? Superman go black? Black Superman? What? I'm confused and I'm scared. I'm confused and I'm scared. Then maybe if I... You remind me of what's it called? Mandark. Doing the mwaha. I don't know why, but whenever I see mwahaha spelled out, I always think of Mandark. Table set. Sleep at this is minis only, I think. Think he'll mind, friend than mine. Okay, so we have... I gotta reset this now. We have... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which ones have I? The collector set? Oh, I don't have the collector set or the all-in set. Okay, I'm missing 2 of them. I vote brain rot. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hello, Quetzal. How are you doing today? Suffering from you. On my lunch. How was your lunch? Hope you have a tasty lunch today. Boop, boop. Turkey provolone Sammy. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. Washed up on my aisle. Will you talk in your sleep? Tell me though, who's Penelope? I got all you could want here, all you could need here. Okay, this is the collector's edition. Being an alchemist? Ooh, what kind of alchemist? What you doing? What doth lead, my dear, to become an alchemist? Is it a D&D thing you're doing? On your mind, oh man. Making a batch of mead. Oh, fancy. What kind? Goddesses can't die. I'm able unto the immortal lips so to entertain. Rain, all you can want here. Innocent. Paradise. This one's $7.50. Mine, oh mine. It's title. Dream. Not through. Seen feist. I'm ready to do. Thunders all the light. While you screams. I gotta scoot this one. Let me close my eyes. Long list. Ahem. Honey, brown sugar base, apple juice, and green apples, ooh, black and raspberries. And to finish off, ooh, this sounds like a nice fall mead quest. I'm very excited to see how it turns out. I like it. I like it. I like it. You're gonna have to tell me how it tastes when you finish it, because that sounds very delicious. Tears. Okay. Oh. And then I'm gonna do that with this guy. We're just gonna collapse them. First round of tasting will be Saturday. Pog. Is that what you seek? Attention. Very the Greek. Let's go throwing under. Not playing a game. Oh. Boop. The credit doesn't turn out too varying or any bad mold or anything. I think it'll be okay as long as you keep an eye on it. Like, that's the big thing, right? Is you got to keep an eye on it. I'm pretty sure. But I'm sure it'll be okay. A ton of catchy songs. I sanitized everything. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be okay. Just keep an eye on it, you know? I think that's always the biggest thing, is making sure that you keep an eye on it. Make sure, you know, you keep it sanitary, you know? No little pesties can get in it. And just be patient. Because I feel like another thing is, like, if you get impatient with it, you can fuck it up. But if you just take your time with it, it'll be okay. Food might plush. Tidy, you little high and mighty. Die of a broken heart. I want to spread these out more, but I'm not gonna. Please reconsider this. Put that there. Hard book cover. The hard. I can go here. And then I think. Dice bag. I did the dice bag. I need the new dice box. I think I downloaded this already though. Maybe not download. I commend. Open downloads this one. I gotta cut this out. There we go. How many heroes? I like this perspective a lot better. Oops. And then this part was here. Cards for the game. This is the dice box. So this is how the dice box looks. We have for the game. It's for enshrined. So this is the dice box. This is the front of it. This is the side of it. We have another thing that goes on the back of it that's very nice. This is how it looks when it's opened. This is the dice box. And these are, oh, not this one. Sorry, I had to redo this like so many times. Yeah, we have a really nice dice box. And hopefully our dice bag will look like this. We need to do these. We have a bunch of dice. They're being photographed right now, but we have a lot of pretty dice that we've handmade. We actually handmade them, but these are like, I think this is the Aldulthin one. Hi, Star. Metallic foil, yes. Yes, we will have metallic foil on the dice bag and on the premium book. We just don't have a render of the premium book yet. And then this is all the other stuff we have. We have item builders for our new crafting system. We have really nice pins and stickers, reference cards, postcards, a plushie, minis, posters. These are the boxes. This one is the base box. This one is the premium box, and then this one is the all-in box. So yeah, a plushie. Yeah, is a plushie of this guy. It's a roommate plushie. It's a little guy. I recently bought real math rocks. I have math rocks as well. I enjoy math rocks. Give me dice. Hey, we got like, I think we have one set for each god, and they're really cool. How do we get these? You can get them at Enshrine starting tomorrow. You can get it. You can join the Discord, or you can sign up for the pre-launch for the Kickstarter, which let's say reward. That's fine. Sorry, I came in late. I was gonna get Chinese. No, you're fine. How was Chinese food? Was Chinese food good? I'd rather do it this way. Hold on, I posted it in the Discord. Announcements. Visit site. I really should just have this link on hand. And then here's the link to the Kickstarter, which will be launching tomorrow. We'll be launching it tomorrow. It'll be so cool. And we have like a bunch of stuff that we've been preparing, and I've been busting my ass with. So I should edit the enshrined thing to have the Kickstarter link, huh? Now to get Quit's D&D mini. Let's go. I'll do another one. We live on Kickstarter on October 14th. Save, okay. I'm gonna put this over here, okay. Got some friends who play D&D, so this would be an awesome gift for them. Fuck yeah! Dude, it's cool. If they like mythic horror, just saying, you can also get the trinkets bundle, which I can show a preview of that. So if you just want like all the cool art, you get these wooden postcards. You get a nice 36 by 24 or 24 by 36 inch poster. You get the Beast sticker pack, the God sticker pack. You get the Chibi sticker pack. You also get all of these pins and a plushie. So and you get the exclusive collector's coin. So it's pretty cool. It's cool. You can also just get one of the items. If you don't want to get the tier, you could just get one of them. If you don't want to spend the money for the whole thing. We have add-ons for just like sticker packs if you just want to get sticker packs, or if you just want to get postcards. Always looking to collect art. Yeah, I'm really excited for this, the wooden postcards, because they are, hold on, I think the icons up here are more, yeah. So I created these postcards. The art was created by our art team, but I laid out these cards so that way they can be printed onto wooden postcards, and I'm really excited because I feel like they'll look so good on like wood, and I like them. I like them a lot. And we might make a few more of these designs, especially the naturalist ones, if we do well. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. I hope that we can do all the fun. Elaine, I need help. What's up? What can I help with? What is this? Oh, that's a pet text from my parents. Okay, hold on. Did you make some of the art? I did not. I did not make any of the art. I just did the graphic design. I made all the I made this. I made this one. I made this one. I made this. I made this that will be a real patina copper coin. A dude from my economics class said they wanted to take me to a Chinese restaurant for my birthday. I'm afraid. Why are you afraid? Do you not like them? Also, I mean, maybe be like, oh my god, thank you so much. But I was thinking like I was gonna do this for my birthday if you want to come. First, I barely know the dude. Yeah, invite him to your birthday then. So that way you can be surrounded by friends. And if he's sus, you can just have your friends kick him out. Thank you, Mom. If you barely know him, how you know your birthday? Good points. Triple points if they're metal. These will be tangible metal coins. These will be full metallic coins. But yeah, we just have previews. He remembered stuff about me. Okay, kind of a creep then. Maybe just be like, oh, haha, thanks. Like, yeah, like how did he get this information about you? Also, GM screen. I don't remember. Weird. Maybe he has a crush on you. Probably has a crush on you. I would suggest tell him to kind of fuck off. It's a little creepy. I'm not gonna lie, it's a red flag. Yeah, high key. Cause like if they were like a classmate and you like somewhat knew them and talked to them somewhat regularly, I'd be like, oh, you know, maybe they just want to get to know you better. But that's kind of like high key weird. I'll never make it home. Oh yeah, maybe. I'm tempted to force my roommate to come with me. It's your birthday. If you don't want to do that, don't do it. It's your birthday. No one can take away what you want to do for your birthday. You could literally listen. If you have to, lie. If you have to, but I want Chinese food. Okay, this does complicate things a little bit. Hi, Sheppy. Is chat still there? Hello? It says I'm okay now. I just saw my fucking shit go dead. My shit die? Yes, I broke chat. Yeah, you're too beautiful. You came in chat and it died. Yeah, just make it a birthday party thing. But like, fuck yeah, if you want, yeah, and then be like, birthday party. Be like birthday party kind of thing. Like if he's like, hey, are we still on for dinner at the Chinese place? Be like, yeah, I'm so excited for my birthday party. I don't trust. I think Buster could say no to them nicely if you asked. Anyways, I'm sorry. Like, you're not late. It's okay. You're fine. It's not late unless I'm literally not streaming anymore, in my opinion. That's how I see it. Is like, it's not late unless I'm literally about to end stream. Which I'm not, because I have a lot of stuff to do today. I see it. Oh. No, I can fuck off. She doesn't like but you want the Chinese food. I'd say I'm gonna be staying up late doing screen printing. Oh my god, why are you doing screen printing? That sounds really cool. Okay, I gotta close this for now. I gotta do some scripting today before my head explodes. Because my head already feels like it's gonna explode. Week of October 13th. Oh, I also have to do charity live stream stuff. Yeah. I think. Yeah. No. Recent. Lunch over. Talk to you later, lovelies. Bye, Quest. Love you. Okay, so I've got to do this. Do I have the other one in here? Do I have the thing? The thing-a-thing with the thing-a-thing? One of my elective courses wants some somebody. Oh, that's really cool, Star. Fuck, that's cool as shit. I'll be here but working on homework, no problem. I have to be working on work, but I'm honestly very confused on what I'm doing right now. So yeah, we do what we can. Okay, celebration, birthathon. The event of giving. I had another stack up event. I had one for Gamers Outreach. I had a previous because we're gonna be doing. I have the Jolly Jamboree one. Did they send me one? Did they send me the thing for it? Nope, not this. Stream assets. Like I want to keep being his friend and all. He's nice, but I'm also not ready for like a real relationship. Him treating me to dinner feels like I'm supposed to date the friend. Oh, you know, you're not entitled to anything. It's their. It was their like offering. You know. You just don't feel obligated. Like, if you wanted to take your friend out to lunch, for example, doesn't matter the gender, would you expect them to just start dating you because of it? And if they expect that of you, fuck them. Fuck them. I quit my job for a better job. Let's go. Are you excited about the better job? Are you excited about the better job? But also, other problem, do I bring my money with me? Just in case, yes. You can also set boundaries beforehand if that makes you more comfortable. Yup. But I hope the new job is, like, awesome. I hope it's everything you could have wanted and more. You get good healthcare? Is it a good healthcare thing? File, save as. I'm gonna do... Okay, celebration. I don't have like just a charity one. Which is interesting. 25 charity. Because I do a few charity events a year. This year we did what did we do? We did Gamers Outreach earlier this year. At least one to know we've learned. I have full benefits, including health and whatnot. Fuck yeah. Considering how much you go to the ER, that makes sense. More money so you can die in a maybe tea. But no, I just appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I gotta do stuff. Cause my brain is like dying. I don't know what I'm talking about right now. I gotta go to Tiltify really quick. I also have to go to the bathroom. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll get into me making stuff for the charity live stream and then doing scripts. So I'll be right back. Mwah. Okay, I am back. I'm back, and also I keep forgetting to resize this. Keep forgetting to resize chat because I want to make it bigger. And I've also forgotten. Holy shit. I just saw the monthly goal. Thanks, guys. Holy shit, thank you. Fuck. Oh, now I've forgotten. Alright, well, let's work on the charity life. I'd rather die. I'll be here. Do I know you use a picture of me that I already took, or do I want to do a new one? Do you know the dance, Dead Dance song? The first one or the second one? The one that Wednesday did or the one that her roommate did? Wednesday, yes. What about it? What about it? I'll be here by Utah. To me, it sounds like she says dance armadillo dance. That's valid. Honestly, song might be better if it did. Not that I don't like the song. I like armadillos. I think armadillos are fun. Spin so bow and shoot through 12 axes cleanly. Oh, I have to make example ones. Fuck. Oh, I didn't even open my pure ref for today. Yo, that's crazy. Oh, the best of you know. Spookathon. October. No, I'll be doing it the 22nd to the 24th. Cause I don't think let me check. I don't know if it goes on for that long. View all. Spooktacular streamathon. How long does this last? Let's say. I might have to look up the Gamers Outreach. Oh, it is to the 31st. Okay. Yeah, but I usually do it in the middle. Or I usually do it in the middle, but I'm kind of doing it in the beginning. Because on the 31st, I'm planning to do a one-shot that I keep forgetting to read the stuff for. I have to do that this week. Huh? Yeah, because I want 2 weeks to prepare, so I have to do that this week. So because we're going to do some reading on stream. One shot? Yeah, a Crooked Moon Carnival one shot. I can show you a little preview of it. The Honk Legion. Don't take time to get my food. Have good food. Is this? I'm going to be running this. A laugh or die adventure for 4 level 6 characters. So I'll be doing this. Yeah, I have to read it. I read most of it, but I have to reread it again. I'm taking you with you. Yippee! I like being taken on adventures. Hold us down. I didn't write down. Did I not write down what number these were? Shit. Okay. I did it. Ah! Okay. Emotes. The one by Lumon. This one. They're next to each other. Ooh, where is it? Where is it? Sing. No, it is not. Here it is. It's I-10 and J10. A, B, C, D, H, H, I, J10. Oops. I-10. There you go. Try again. Oh, yeah, I love taking Rain everywhere with me, but I'm not on call with her right now, so you'll be dragged along. Let's go. Receive angel emote. Or an angel emote or devil emote. Receive a. Do I have to do it like this? Would that look better? Not really. Oh, I see. We'll hold them down. Okay, oh, they don't. Okay. Master Bass. There we go. Oops. Let me do that. Enough. Still like that, but I think it's okay. Rasterize. Okay. Close these for now. And then I will reopen them and I will save them somewhere else so that way I can have them for later. Nope. Save. Devil base. Angel base. Save. Okay. Ooh, do I get high while you do it? I don't think so. October 22nd. 22nd. 23rd. And 24th. Instead. Okay, we'll put that. We'll put this here. And then we'll take these guys and we're gonna shove him over here. Or I don't know where we put him. I don't know where we put this. Hi, wife. How are you doing? I don't know if I'll do this, but EP, understandable. Are you taking a break? Low energy. Understandable. You have a lot going on this week. Oh, that makes sense. You have a lot going on. No, it makes sense. Are you doing okay? Do you need a hug? Do you need a hug? I got you if you need a hug. I just finished up my stuff. I hope you had a good time. Always hug. I got you, Pookie. I got you, Pookie. Don't you worry. But yeah, you get rest. Feel free to get some rest. You know, lurk, vibe, hang out while I work on stuff. Streamathon? Yeah, I'm doing a little charity event. Every year I work with Gamers Outreach. We usually do Christmas time, but I really wanted to do Halloween this year because I would prefer to do Halloween. So next week I will be playing off for the first time, and everyone who donates will be getting emotes. So I hope that everyone is just as excited as I am, because I love doing this charity live stream event. Honestly, it's one of my more favorite things to do during the season, because I think it's just a nice thing to do. I can't click on stuff though for some reason. Oh, I think it's because of that. Okay, everyone. Angel. devil. Why does it not give me the... Does that give me the gradient? Is that the gradient? I don't think that was a gradient. You bitch. Which charity and where does the money go? The money goes to children in hospitals that like can't really play games normally, so they play, like, for example, in hospitals. So all the money technically goes to like creating these things called go-karts for kids to play on. I think Gamer Outreach like shows it. Yeah, it essentially goes to kids in hospitals that, like, you know, so they can still play games with their families and their friends while they're in the hospitals and stuff like that. And they make these go-karts so that way, like, kids can play whatever game they want, you know, PlayStation, Nintendo, and stuff like that. And so the proceeds directly go to them creating these and just donating them to hospitals and upkeeping them. So it's super awesome. I do it like once a year. Again, I usually do it for Christmas, but I don't know, Christmas this year, man, feels like one of those things where I just kind of want to vibe out. Or I kind of just don't want to think about too much. Because I feel like so much has been happening in, like, just, like, this month alone. And also because, when did we do the Stack Up event? Stack Up charity event that happened, I think, this year was specifically for veterans and and like mental health awareness. Like, one of their big thing is helping veterans. Their other big thing is mental health awareness. We did that. When did we do that? That was when we made all the salute emotes. That was back in July. I think I was out in July. I think. That was my birthday. That's what I want. It was May. So I do one every couple months. I try to do an event every couple months. I try not to. I know, like, some streamers that do like a thing almost like every month. And I'm like, how do you keep up with that, man? I'm so full. You eat all the bread. Did you eat all the bread, Buster? Did you give any to Vexed? That's why I was gonna say Vexed, because I don't know if you gave any to Vexed. Giveaway. To get both. Also, incoming down from my high, understandable. Don't get divorced already. No, they got them bread earlier, I think. Above $25. $25 will get both. Fuck. Oh, she's getting pizza? Oh, okay. I mean, bread adjacent. Pizza has bread. I was gonna say, it's like bread adjacent. Oh, this song totally is a baby. I love. We were listening to it because, for some reason, musicals are very helpful in my brain to get me to work. But unfortunately, this was just very emotional. And Buster ate all of it again. Vex will moida me? Will moida you? Is that moida? Uh, 43. I didn't do that. Hold on, I don't know how. I'm kind of doing this like out of order. I don't really like the order I'm doing this. I want this to go here. What I wonder would be. Hold on, I will look in chat in 2 seconds. There we go. That's not how to treat a woman. You guys are funny. And then one of my favorite songs. I sense doom incoming. Impending doom. Okay. Oh shit, I could play Doom. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. What the fuck? I was gonna say, what the fuck? Wait, I just read what Buster said. What the fuck? I mean, the true love, you don't got a little banter in it. Looks later. Say you, my love. I am not the man you fell in love with. I am not the man you once adored. I am not your kind and gentle husband. I'm the man you lived before. What is their name on here? Wait, nope, I'm afraid. Okay. Things I had untuned. Yeah, that's their name. One of the good ones. What? I just want their username. Why won't it give me the name? I want this to be green. Hands on my hands. All the words are taking me back to you. Help me, would you fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done? Yeah, I'm sure that in their mind's eye, they gave each other bread, you know? Is it this one? I should ask them again. I am once again here to make sure to ask. You know, it's probably fine. I asked last time and it was fine. Okay, it was probably fine. I probably don't need to bug them every time I fucking do stuff. Because there's more people doing more with the things than I am. And I'm just giving them away for free. Saying that in this song, Penelope gets more turned on. What the fuck? You know Uber... you know Uber eats bread? I love this bread conversation that's happening in chat. Oh, I have to unfold my blanket. Happy will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how, when, or when. It's been your mind. Now she has more than you. Oh, more money. Wait, I didn't read the full thing. Damn. Rip. Maybe it's the principle for chat, you know? It's just the principle of whether you would give her your bread or not. Think about it, check it, WAV. Oh, this fucks me up because I don't know how I want to do this. Oh, you. Angel. I don't know how do I want to do this. Ugh, this is annoying me. Oh, God dang it. Oh, my brain, my brain, my brain. Hello, that's my brain. Ow. That was my brain, thank you very much. That hurt. 20 years. What if I centered the text and I put it below instead? I took these guys, put them above, put them like this. Centered these guys. This here. Took this, made it a bit smaller. Made these a bit smaller, maybe. Question: if she gives you money, then you'd have more money, and therefore have money to Uber Eats bread. That's technically true. That's not wrong. That math be mathin' actually. I think I need to. I don't know how I want to do this. How do I do like this schedule, bro? I have an L-shaped bit of room. You're gonna hate me. I had to throw away bread. Why'd you have to throw away? Was it moldy though? I mean, I can't be mad at you if it was like moldy or kind of gross. You know, I can't be mad about that. Oh yeah, I could do it like this. Everyone should go away. Stale. If it's stale, you can technically run water over it. Technically. Oh my god, this is gonna piss me the fuck off because I'm not using the right thing. I need to be using this. There we go. Everyone who donates will... An angel. There we go. Wish me luck. I'm taking pizza home by bike. Oh, good lord. Be careful. Good luck. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And I just gotta do the gradient of this again. Woman, their lips are red. Wish you the best. They wish you the best because they love you. Wait, what? So because I'm seen as the man of our relation, I have to fulfill all the stereotypical jobs in the relations? That's sexist. No, that's just because they asked for bread. I'm okay preying on your downfall. Oh, that's funny as fuck, dude. That's funny as fuck. Dude, on God, I feel like that's the best relationships though. When you're memeing and you're just like, honestly, I'm praying for your downfall. I think that shit's the best. Like in friendship or like a romantic relation, I think that shit's so funny. When they're not only your biggest like supporter, but they're also like your like fucking biggest op. It's the funniest shit to me. Mine. This is gonna be normal. And then we're gonna put this in here. and then we'll be playing off the first time, the 22nd, 23rd, and then for the 24th, we'll be drawing as many emotes as I can on stream. She raised me because I found a gray hair yesterday. That's like me and Pixels. Oh god. That's like me and Pixels, dude. I meme him because he's gotten gray hair since we met, but not directly because of me, but because of like things we've been going through and stuff like that. And I think it's just kind of funny. Second, 22nd, and the 23rd. Oh, wait, no, it has to be. And then the 23rd, the 24th. This one, I will be drawing. Many. Oh, drawing many will be the next one. As many emotes as I can on stream. I think that's fair. Okay, cool. I've seen someone with full dyed white hair before. It can look great. I do love white hair. On God, I wish when I have money, I want to do this white money piece hair dye. Sorry, I always type in caps. I want to do this. Oh God, I want to do this. Like short hair though, with short hair. God, like I want this so bad. The white money pieces in the front. I had something close, but my stylist and I never got to, like, we never got to that real like white, like the platinum white. We always got to like this brassy yellow, and it made me sad. But like, I honestly think she just didn't want to do it. Like, she just did not like making having like dark hair colors and then like lifting them to white, because I know people that have done it, and like I want it so bad, but I think she just wasn't into it. And so like, I thought you got pizza. No, Vexed is getting pizza. Vexed is getting pizza. Yeah. But I want this so bad. I want it so bad. And like, I just wish, and I might honestly ask Buster to help me, because at this point it'd just be cheaper to do it at home, because it's just my bangs. It's just my bangs that I want to have dyed. But like, the thing is like waiting in the salon for the bleach and stuff takes so long, and that's honestly more of what I'm paying for, is the time that it takes for them to like wait for the bleach to process. Yeah, be careful with some of those. That's why I wasn't gonna ask Buster, because Buster dyes their hair a lot. I just want white money pieces. Like, don't get me wrong, I want to get my hair cut by like someone, because I like getting my hair done. But it's so expensive, and no one's gonna take me to this white. I wanna be taken to that pristine, like, platinum blonde. Wait, what, don't put, wait, what? I'm not saying I'm just gonna ask you for advice. But there's money to dye hair, but not enough for Uber. I think it's dye that they have from before, to be fair. Charity goal. Look, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't need help. I got this, guys. I'm just gonna chemically burn my hair. It'll be fine. No, my parents pay for it? Yeah. See? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I've done. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm poor. It's okay. It's okay. No one's asking you to pay for nothing. It's okay. There you go. Does this look okay? I think this looks pretty good. Oh, I should move this down. Yeah, but you had a full-ass job over the summer, V. You had a full-ass job over the summer. You started on that a little early. Charity. Gamers Outreach. October 2025. Ow. My parents took my money. Why would they take your money? GoFundMe to help Buster Uber Eats bread. So true. So true. Okay, we can keep that open for other stuff. I want to post this in my server really quick. What if I ate said money? Yeah, why do your parents take your money? Kinda sucks. Announcements. No club. Beans. I do an event thing, don't I? Yeah. Upcoming this to make sure I spend responsibly and don't get robbed. Oh, so is it just like, it's just kind of a thing then where it's like they're giving you an allowance, I'm presuming, is the thing. October 24th will be partnering again with Gamers Outreach, a spook to do a charity live stream. This time it'll be spooktacular with our first playthrough of Off, along with I will make just for you. Yes, you. Event at till, oh wait, I did that wrong. Yeah, that is good. Nah, they're probably just, you know, giving you an allowance so that way, you know. I kind of wish my parents did that, but my parents didn't do that, and I spent a lot of money, but it's okay because we have no regrets. Don't live life with regrets, chat. I kind of want to put this up. Okay, there we go. What? Oh my god, remove attachment. Did I not save it? Oh my god. I will take a break in 2 seconds. Let me just export this really quick. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, I put it in my downloads. Fuck. There you go. Okay. It looks like one message now. Tee. Okay. Thank you for the take a break, wife. Ow, 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 ow. What? A lot of families put their money together to get higher interest on things like saving account. Oh, I didn't read this. If you're reading this, oh, Taylor, you're so cute. Okay. Should we take a break and read D&D things? Should we do that? I think that would be fun. It's a change of pace because I don't normally read things on stream. And I don't think any of my players are here right now, so... I also realized I don't know what we're listening to, so I'm just gonna change the... Oh, nope, I'm clicking all the wrong ones. Alright. I gotta read this from, like, beginning to end. Can I do the 2-page view? 2-page view, okay. So, let me see this. Okay, so there's credits. The Honk Legion has mini expansion for the Crooked... This pasta is very chewy. Oof. The Crooked Moon, designed as a short modular... Yeah, I know all this. Play up the surreal. I don't know how I feel about it. You just wait a little bit. Might be a little less chewy. No sausage. No susag? Oh, I'm sorry. That's a lot of reading. Do you want me to read? I should read it out loud, huh? Maybe it's overcooked. Oh, yeah, shit, wait, it could be. Could be the other way around. A cold pasta is yucky. And put it in microwave. See what happens. I don't know. I don't know how to fix chewy pasta. They all laughed at us when we put our grease paint and oversized shoes, when we gave up our dignity and stepped into the spotlight. Well, they're not laughing now, for I am the alpha and the omega of comedy. I am the honk of all endings. I am Chukles. Honk, that's the battle cry of the Honk Legion, followed by laughter, then screaming. The fiendish entertainers are bound by eternal mirth and sworn to serve their patron and punchline, the infamous Chukles. His park is their home, his face is their flag, and his power grows with every cheer, cry, and fun ticket punched. Welcome to the Honkamonium Park. Honkamonium Park, a hellish prison of slapstick spectacle. Welcome to... Jesus Christ, I can't read. Welcome to Honkamonium Park, a hellish prison of slapstick spectacle and themed attractions. The park has served as Honk Legion's base ever since Chukles became their foolish leader. Its deadly amusement lured the unwitting and willing alike. Chukles' power, fueling Chuckles' power. Choose a number between 6. I choose 6. 6 is my favorite number. And recruiting fresh fodder for the Legion. What begins as a group of backlot buffoons spreading across Funtopia has spiraled into a full-blown comedy cult. Pure skill. Did you come back with your pizza? They are now fully devoted to Chuckles, head clown, union boss, and self-proclaimed comedy god. The more members of the Honk Legion that support him, the more dangerous he becomes. But some clowns are starting to question the script. Are you feeling 60 yet? What the fuck? What if I would have said like 3? A few jokes have gone too far, a few laughs have lasted too long. If enough support slips, even Chuckles might become the punchline. Whether you arrive by accident or invitation or pratfall, one truth becomes clear. To survive the Honkamonium Park, you must either beat them or join them. Adventure celebrating characters find themselves trapped in the Honkamonium Park, where the price of admission is freedom itself and one fun ticket. To leave, they must defeat Chuckles and break his grip on the Honk Legion. Characters may escape Honkamonium Park by defeating Chuckles, convince all 4 stewards to turn against Chuckles, and participate in rides attractions. Or if they're eager to spread the honk themselves, they may agree to serve Chuckles and join the Honk Legion, or confront and destroy all 4 Honk Legion stewards and take their place by Chuckles' size. Buster, what the heck? Before running this adventure, review the park locations, special park features, and the major clown NPCs. Sync constantly to stewards. Track the loyalty for each steward. If the steward is defeated or convinced to abandon Chuckles, the boss loses a trait tied to that clown's domain. If the character destroys Chuckles, the park curse shatters. If they join him, the Honk Legions gain 4 new cards. Either way, what bliss. The adventure is designed for 4 level 6 characters. Okie dokie. So I gotta write that down. Level 6 characters. Level 6 is not bad too. Chuckles is the beloved. Do I have these things? I am doing questions in my brain. Hold on, I gotta go to Foundry VTT. Let me look at it really quick. How much is a license? Because I don't think I have a license for myself. It's $50. Subdoll cookies. Me? Choose another 3 and tree. I should get a 3. Ah, I see. I choose. Do I choose another one? You want me to choose another one? Maps. Is the maps have? I don't know if this has the assets in it. Does it? Because when I run Crooked Moon, I want to do the full thing eventually, but. Adventure. Oh, the crazy curses. I'm excited for this part. This one isn't a joke? Okay, 2. I pick 2. Yeah, I need centering map. Am I missing something? It would be adventure handouts. Would it be in the hand? That's your 2. Oh, what does that mean? I think this is for the... I don't think this is what I think I need. Your 2 was... You can choose from 1 to 10 and I'll give you a joke. Your 2 was the head pipe. Oh, yippee! Shot maps. I did. Damn. I might have to open my backer kit. Because I need the maps, but I think it's okay for now. Do I have the Honk Legion handouts? I just have the... No, I want the gridless ones. No, I want the gridded ones, actually. Do we have... No, I need the... Yeah, okay, hold on. I have to go to my other account because I don't know why I don't have. I'm gonna throw hands with Vex. Sounds good. Backer cat. That's a V2? Fuck, I didn't know. The Honk Legion download. Is this a zip or PDF? It's a PDF. Okay, so maybe this one has it? The thing I'm downloading now? Can we make bets on who's gonna win? If you want. If you want. If you want. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm waiting for it to download so that way I can see if it has a thing or not. Also, I don't know if I I don't know if I ever did this. Hold on, we'll check now. Cause I don't think I associated it with that account, but if I did, I'm gonna kind of be sad, but I'll kind of get why I did it. Open it. Again. Do I have the content on my account? You don't have virtual. Okay, I don't think I ever did. Okay, that's fine, because I kind of want to save that code for whenever I get Foundry on my own. Potato head. Yeah, okay. And then... Oh, okay. And choose a number between 1 and 5. Why do you keep cucking my 6, man? What if I want to do 6? I'll do 3 this time, but what if I want 6? You're really leaving out 6. Not to be picky or anything, but man, 6 is my favorite number, and you keep leaving them out. Ow, I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. You just keep leaving it out. Lane, pick 1. 6! She said she was shitting what? 1 through 10. 6! Picking 6 for all of them. We're gambling. 6 for all of them. What am I doing? I forgot what I'm doing, dude. Okay, close this. Okay, they did the VTT asset pack. V2. But I'm the bad guy? Why are you the bad guy? Battle maps, gridded. Oh, they're all in color now. The V2 is the fact that they are all in color now. I forgot. She's running out the door. How do I want to do this? Because I don't know how I want to do this now that I don't have... Park map. Okay, they do have a park map. And then they have this map. And then they have that. But they don't have, like, just maps. Okay. Fucking special. Okay, I'll just have to read more of it later, because a lot of it will be theater of the mind, which I fucking hate because I'm not good at it. Then I'll also blow my nuts off. Oh, God. Don't blow your nuts off. You might need those. I think I just need to look at this. Belonging. My mind isn't working for a 6 joke. Oh, okay. Then 4. Make you feel better, 4? Pick 4. Okay. Oh, fuck. I started this and I never finished. Okay. D5. Used to go here. 20. I need a fun fact to do this for next week. 31. Oh, I found 1 for 6. Plot twist. There was a plan to make you not choose their plan. No, that's valid. I mean, yeah, no, that's valid, to be honest. What is 666? I'll go to hell. Oh, that's cute. I like it. I do like that one. That's cute. Tuesdays. Someday I'll restart editing my clips again. Someday. My mind is working overtime. You're doing a very good job. Did you see the one on? Yes, I did. I didn't read that out loud because it makes me bashful. Shit like that make me bashful. We did Outlast Trials. What other game can we do? I make me bashful. I'm a bashful ass. I don't know what game I want to talk about. Oh, did I put that on the list that November's gonna be events? Okay, no, I didn't. November equal Hollow Knight Silk Song. We're gonna have a Hollow Knight and Silk Song month next month. Start trying to convince Buzzard that Vex wouldn't moida them when Vex definitely would is funny. I don't know if Vex would moida them. I think they'd fight him though, at the very least. We can talk about Clover Pit. We can talk about Clover Pit. Clover Pit's still on sale. Should I get Clover Pit? Clover Pit is no longer on sale, but it is $9.99. Oh, but I kind of want to save it for that zoo game that I want to try. I gotta try the demo of that one first though. Clover Pit's aight. Clover Pit's aight. It's very Bellatra-like. More gritty, though, which is kind of cool, but... She's trying to shoot you. Shoot you with what, love? With her... Vex is like... I was gonna say Miku Beam. But, like, Vex is, like... The syllables don't exactly line up. But you know what I mean. With my firearm. Dodge. I love that. Just dodge, dude. Why aren't you dodging? Yo Malay will be this one. Oh, what the fuck? Well, now you can't say she did the Vex is too far away. That's me. We had a list for this. We had a list for this, didn't we? What's my content list? This is my scripting list. I'm gonna try to find a VTuber that I want to do a video on. This one's specifically for VTubers who aren't art oriented. They're just VTubers that like make content. I don't know what VTuber I want to do. She's gonna moita me. I'm sorry, Buster. You're gonna have to fight back. I'm sorry. Fish. I don't know who I want to do. There's so many VTubers in the world that it's like hard to pick one. This is not a way for it. Okay, Vex. I don't know who I want to do. Because they can't be art oriented, because that's what V highlights for. Unfortunately, that question will not be able to be answered without choosing to brain. No brain. No brain. Only brain off. Who's streaming right now? We could do it that way. Who? Show more. I do Dragon Spit. I haven't done a video on Dragon Spit. Dragon Spit's pretty cool. I do one on Blanc, but Blanc is also like one of those people that like I think they do their own art. Ooh, Gordy's playing Pilgrim. That's cool. Art of Gabby is art person, so they go and V highlight. Oh, we could do junk. Okay, hold on. Let's do junk. 1 through 6. 1. Dragon Spit. Let's get a few of them in queue. We did Sino before. We did Little Nicto before. I do Goth Gamer Goblin. Or Lady Oka. Lady Oka's not a bad one either. Rip. Oh, we could do Goth Gamer Goblin. Do they do their own art? Oh my god, tips, credits. It looks like they don't. Take your. Oh shit! Sorry. Yes, I will. I will do that now. Thank you. Okay. And then we'll do Goth Gamer Goblin. I want a Halloween-y. I want a horror VTuber, honestly, for Halloween. Because Halloween would be, I think, this one would go out next week, the 24th. So Dragon Spits would have to become a horror VTuber. There are a couple. You got any recommendation? I'm kind of down for whatever. Arc is streaming? Hold on. Working. I'll just do this. Where is it? Halloween. Oh, Cannabitch is also doing stuff. Welcome to the game. What is this? She's pretty. Cannabitch is very pretty. I remember the name. I remember seeing a VTuber art. It was like a spider lady, and one had their organs. Organs. Damn. Well, we can just look some up. Horror VTuber. Let me blur this really quick in case something comes up that was a bit unfortunate. Cause we've done Lena Lazar and we've done Nikto as well. Race Arena. Who is this person? She's not live, but she's cool. Who is this person? Who am I? I don't think I'm looking up the right person because I'm getting a jewelry designer and sanitary products. The Google doesn't want to let me click the link though. Another one we could do, I was thinking actually was, oh, I saw something that fucking fucked my tryptophobia. Oh man. The people you follow, people. Cries. Was there a personal doll VTuber? That's Joel, which I have done a video on as well. What is this? Why is my post here? Oh, it's because I was asking for games for people to suggest. Tee. Yeah, Joel. We've done Joel before. We've done a video on Vika. There was literally a spooky, like, heavy metal VTuber that was, like, right here, and now they're gone. What? Hold on. Where did it go? This person. Father Astaroth? I can't fucking spell it. It's okay. Joel, forget. They spell it both ways. Oh, this is the one you got to eat the bug, didn't you? This is the one that you got to eat the bug. I sing, draw, rig, and mix. Bet. They're going on... I think Kiwi already had some that they wanted me to do. There, they go right here. Oh! Oh, they're going on the list. They ate a bug? Yeah, Vex made them eat a bug. Which I think is gross. Which is gross! Oh, we have to do one Shy, too. I've done one on Kawaii, I think? I'm pretty sure I've done one on Kawaii. Where? Have I not? Wait, what the fuck? Have I not? I could have sworn I did. Oh my god, Kawaii would be such a good Halloween one. Have I not? Who's the person Kiwi wants me to do? A spider. Ew, gross. I'm so sorry. Cat Cartel. Is this the person that we're doing for Halloween? Who is this person? Oh, it's this person. No, we can do them for Halloween. They're sick. Never mind. That's fine. Gonna play Stardew with Bestie. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun in Stardew. I'm drunk. Oh shit. I was gonna pick a guy for Halloween and then I fucking got sidetracked. It was Father something. It was Father something. Father something. I've already forgotten what his name is. It's like Father something. This guy. I think this guy'd be cool. It looks like they do music. And they don't do art. So they can go here. Very good, chat. Very good. Alright. So I like having them a little bit picked out in advance so I'm not confused. I do want to do a Did You Know one. There should be a do we have a Halloween one? This one needs to go up one. Right? Because ADHD brain comes out the 15th. This one comes out the 20th. Yeah, okay. That's a random fun fact. What part should we do? One about parts of the body? Should we do ones about social life? What should we do? Should we do one on animals? What have we done recently? We did Your Brain Needs Protein, Cravings Have Meaning, Impact Frames, and Reverse Waterfalls. Oh shit. What about something spooky? I was thinking about it. I've been listening to a lot of like Wendigoon's like long form essay videos, and he has one where he talks about the unfortunate side effects of uranium here in 2025 as well. But that one I feel like is a bit too sad. And then there's the one about Ready or Not. Like there was someone who applied a bunch of stuff to their skin and then drank some. Oh shit! We could do the one guy. Paint made of mummies. Paint made of mummies. Okay, you'll get to pick Mummy Brown. Okay, do you want to do one on paint, the Mummy Brown, or guy takes all drugs, takes maybe not every drug, and then does a self-portrait. Brian Lewis Saunders. He gets high. After experimenting drastic changes in my environment, I look for other expressions that might profoundly affect my perception of self. So this guy, he takes like different drugs, and then like this one was, he mixed Abilify, Xanax, and Ativan. This one he had 90 grams of Abilify. He took absinthe for this one, and he like posts them all. Took Adderall and made him a snake. Alcohol, 10 milligrams of Ambien, Ativan, bath salts. Jesus Christ, that's scary. Buster's crashing out because I'm gonna make them try a bug. Hey man, listen. As a sub goal, I would eat that bug for you, Buster. But only as a sub goal, because I fucking hate bugs. Benzodrine extra protein star, no! Yeah, but this one's pretty freaky as well. I'm gonna quit. Mina YFL, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Don't quit. Okay, so do you want to do one on Mummy Brown? Or this guy that takes drugs and draws stuff that are kind of terrifying, low-key. Oh yeah, this one! Dude! I don't know how, but I think you react a Polish song, Young Multi. What is that song about? I'm never against Polish songs or songs in other languages, Mina, but we do have a song request. If you hang out for a little bit, earn 500 milk bug points, you can play it if it's on Spotify. This one is crazy. He took 2 bottles of cough syrup and started like, I don't know, like reading Chinese or something? I don't know how that would work. Can you read more on this one? Or is it just gonna take it to it? What is this? Is there a video about it? Oh, it's Korean. This shit is crazy. Since it's rarer to know about, come across. Is it? Young Multi. Yeah, I think that's a song. I think it is. A few people did you know on Mummy. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Star. Guy gets. I'm gonna get artist self-portraits while on different drugs every day, and he ended up with brain damage. That's like a no-brainer, dude. Artist took a drug every day, then drew what? Did he do 91? Dude, that's crazy. Is there 90? This is a small scroll bar. And he's a no-brainer now, yeah, dude. Some of these are kind of fire, though, but also kind of scary. I'll become single real quick. I should try some bullshit like this on me again. Oh, you know you love her. I guess abstract one was crazy. He took morphine for that one. This one was nicotine gum, nitrous oxide and Valium. Like, this shit's like on God crazy. 2 pop brownies. Maybe we can start with maybe like this one and then ease into the scarier one. Not a lawyer, but probably should also add a do not try this. Yeah. Is this your favorite song? It is. It's one of my favorite songs. Well, we can hold on. Let's listen to the song that Vex recommended from Mina. What is this? Tramadol? This shit's crazy. Hi, friend. How are you, homie? I'm good. How are you? Did you know? I need his name. I need to borrow his name. Brian Lewis Saunders. In 1995, Brian Lewis Saunders decided to do a self-portrait every day. Oh, thank you, Teeny. Mwah. I did fix the thing you requested for Mech. Lots of love back at you. I did fix that up. So on Thursday when I post it, it will say Mech instead of Mecha. Thank you for letting me know that, by the way. I decided to do a self-portrait on the day for the rest of his life. 25 years later, he never missed a day. What the fuck you mean he never missed a day 25 years later? Art of Darkness, a feature film documentary on Brian's incredible journey, is now available internationally. Many people will know what Brian from his drug series, a self-portrait where a month-long can... Okay. Wait, no. He drew a self-portrait of him every day for 25 years. But for a month, only for a month was he doing the drug experimented one. Okay. I was like, what do you mean? Little misdirect, but I get it. Love it. Thank you so much again for including me in your... Oh, no. Thank you for being amazing, Teeny. I hope I can do more in the future for you. Bad but better, yeah. That's a month too much. Yeah. Yup. Okay. So this is who we'll be talking about, I guess. I hope this... it actually doesn't matter. Oh my god, this man's kind of scary. He's kind of scary looking. Oh my goodness, he's kind of scary, ain't he? I'm sure he's a nice guy, or was a nice guy, probably. I do love to do something fun. I love to. Yeah, for sure. Probably be next month because I'm crunching this month, but I will definitely be doing something with you soon. Whether that be peak or something, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna do Did You Know first because that kind of sounds fun. I like the topic this week, so we're gonna do that first. Yes! Yippee! I want these colors. Oh no! The top of his head blends in. No! No! The top of his head blends in. Fuck. Can I just erase it myself? I gotta. Okay. If I gotta do it myself really quick. Okay, now I should be able to select like the rest of it. Bro, please, your head. Why? Rip lasso tool. Okay, so maybe I could just take out like chunks of it first. Take out chunks of it first. Oh my god. His head does not. Is there like a higher quality image of this maybe? Imagine taking 50 substance. Can I like get a higher quality image of this? Ew, what the fuck is this? Where am I? What is this? I feel like I'm on the dark web and I'm actually quite afraid right now. Okay. Come on, lasso tool. Oh, lasso tool, you almost have it. Maybe I gotta put this down more. Bro, his head is just... His head is just built different, man. I don't know. Hey, it matches the stress you're going through. Fuck yeah. No, your head. Okay. Now, we're gonna just try to take this piece, dude. Yeah, alright. And then we're gonna go here. We're gonna erase it. And then we're gonna go back down. God, this man's a little scary. Like, the lighting that they used for this picture is actually quite scary, I think. I think that's the part that's scaring me a bit. Like, what would you do if, like, you went to the bar one day, right? And this guy's just staring at you. I think I'd piss myself. Maybe that was intentional? Maybe. I could see that. Well, I could see it both ways. Like, it being not intentional and intentional at the same time. With people like this, in my opinion, it can go either way. Like, with Meat Canyon, how he intentionally is fucking bad shit. But that's, like, intentional. But some people, you gotta be real. Some people, this looks so scary. I'm taking a selfie with the Mr. Saunders, right? That's his name? Yeah, Saunders is his last name. It's kind of scary. I guess that's the point. We wanted a scary one, right? It's kind of so scary, though. Okay. It's kind of spooky dooky, man. I don't know. Alright, so... Holy shit, it's kind of scary. This is the whole Art of Darkness movie. I'm gonna use the clips from Art of Darkness for the video. I think that's all I'd ever need. Oh, well, I will need some images from here as well, actually. So we gotta pick out some of our favorites and then get them in here. I like this one a lot. This one's really cool. This one is actually a pretty nice, like, painting. This one is very scary. We gotta do a range. Adderall's pretty good because a lot of people know what Adderall is. I have to, like, save it as the thing, though. Save as. Oh, it says it. It says it in the thing. That's cool. So if I can I download this? Can I download the album? One photo in this. Can I download this? Okay, so I have to please include, I beg. Oh yeah, don't worry. We'll probably, if I'm honest, I'll probably start with that one because that one's just not as, like, fucking scary as the rest of them. Okay, so this one is Oblify, Ativan, Xanax, and Benztropin, which I don't know what any of those drugs are. Save image as Adderall. Let it take me. We'll get the scary ones after I find the brownie one. Yes, there we go. 2 pot brownies. I like this one. This one's very interesting. This one is Valium. I don't know how many I'll take, but kind of want to take this one. The Xanax 2 milligram is interesting. Oh my god, that one's funky. That was funky. If you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, I'm sorry. There'd be one with a beanie. Which one? This one? Saliva? Before and after? How does he say before and after? Like, this one's pretty cool. I guess I could just save image as here. Morphine. Sure kind of look like a flower. Oh, it does! You know what? We'll take that one. Sounds very bright. How many do we have? I want to make it, like, equal amounts of spooky and nice. Did you know? We have 1, 2, 3. I would say the snake one is nice. We have 4. We have 4 and 4. Let's get a little bit more. Oh, no. Mr. Bubble. Hydrocodone and oxycodone. That one's kind of cool, though. This one's kind of cool. Hydrocodone, oxycodone. How did he get... The real question is, how did he get all of these drugs? That's the real question at the end. I want to do the bath salts ones. That one's just so... in my brain. I think that's a good amount. I think a lot of these, like, it's, like, hard to, like, just pick one because there's so many of them. I think we should start, like, in the middle of this. And I want to do, like, a video that shows it. I'm going to be right back, though. I got to wake pixels up, so I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. Pixels is gonna sleep for a little. Oh, it's actually 6:15. I fucked up. It's okay. I'll wake him up a little bit. I'll wake him up at like 6:35 or something. Alright, new. I think I just want a vertical video. And we start. And then I also want the top part. I might do one more. Just like this like whole section. And start. Sam Hyde from Dollar Store. Kind of, but this guy, I think, does a bit of a more interesting take on his life where he's doing self-portraits on a bunch of different drugs. I feel like Sam Hyde would do that, though. To be fair, I think Sam Hyde would do that. I think he would take a bunch of drugs and then make a self-portrait of himself. I could see that. How you doing, Nox? I hope you're doing well. Alright, it's still downloading. Gandhi and Mother Teresa. Alright. I don't even know how to start writing this script, I'm gonna be honest. My God, I don't even know how to start writing this. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in and thank you for the head pat. The mind art side effects, I think would be a good one. I'm all good. Baby got some good news from my dad. And hopefully he can get better news tomorrow. How you doing, girly? I'm glad your dad's doing good. I'm sorry that if he's not doing too well, but I'm doing pretty all right. Doing a lot of crunch for that Kickstarter that I'm working on. Currently working on backer tiers, but we're taking a little bit of a break to do some other stuff in the meantime. Did you know that that a man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self as an experiment. Yeah. No, he's doing fine, just even better now. Oh, I'm gonna throw so much money at that Kickstarter. I appreciate you, Nox. That's our fucking lifeblood right there. But yeah, if you wanna, I can show you some of the stuff you'd be able to get if you back it. Let me see. I can open it up because I will have to work on it later. So these are some of the tiers. We're removing some we're adding one more tier to this, which is the table set, which is if you and your friends want to like chip in together to get like a set of stuff. So you'll get like 7 sets of dice, 10 special like item builders and stuff like that. But yeah, this is some of the stuff you can get, which are the item builders, the pins. These will be metallic enamel pins, the metal exclusive collector's point, a jumbo black 4.0 dice, the GM screen, the God sticker pack, Beast sticker packs. I gotta call this the cuties. I called them the cuties earlier, and I would like it. The cutie sticker pack. You also have the PDFs, but you also have like the physical card set. My favorite, though, I will say, is the wooden postcards, because this was my idea to make. It's not my art, but it was my idea to do like wooden postcards. So I'm very excited to have that. We also have plushies and posters and STLs, and here are some of the box tiers, starting with the core set, the collector set, and then the all-in set, and then we'll have a lot of dice. This is just one example of the dice. I have to wait for, let's see if they uploaded any more of them, because right now I'm only seeing 3 sets of dice. We should have 7. Oh, that looks a lot better. What is this one? Oh, this is the Sonomi one. It has gold in it with the blackout. They chose, I think this is the Sonomi one with the blackout dice, so the numbers within them won't reflect light. Then I don't know what this one is, but we're missing a few. Wonder when. Good lord, they're taking a little bit to get these photos to us, but they're looking better. These photos are looking better, and they look a bit easier to crop. So I'm excited to put them on the list. I'll have to ask Artie to label them for me, though. Okay, but yeah. I hope you are excited as we are, and I really fucking appreciate you telling your friends. At the end of the day, if at the end you can only tell your friends about it, that means the world to me. We've been working so hard on it. But back to this man with drugs. That a man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self-portraits as an experiment. Yes, he did end up with severe brain damage after the fact, but he also created a prolific what was it called? What did they call it? There's like a video. Where's the video? Yeah, it's this one. 25 years later, he never missed Art of Darkness as a feature film. Many people know him from his drug series, a self-portrait, along with his where he drew a myriad. Is prolific the right word? prolific meaning? Present, a large number, plentiful, bountiful, copious. I don't think prolific is the right word. I like this sentence, myriad. Yes, he did end up with some range damage after the fact, but he also created a eye-opening series of yes, he did also, but he also created the mind on happens to our perception of reality with oh crap. How fuck. Yes, he did. I don't like that. Hi, Lud. How are you? Ending up with severe brain damage. Fact. Brian. That a man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self-measures. Brian Lewis Saunders. 2001 was it? 1995 is the rest of life. Many people knows. Is there like a thing about it? 'Cause my mind. Damn. When did he do that though? When did he do that? Did it say when he did this? 2017 it looks like. While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Saunders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. Yeah, I think I like that sentence more. One day with severe brain damage. I can't type. This is not say damage. Brian Lewis Saunders in 27. Rip. I just forgot my tape for screen. No. Do you think that is the place you're going to? Does it have extra by any chance, or can you pick some up? 2017 created a once in a lifetime series because I'm presuming you need masking tape, right? Created a once in a lifetime series on the effects of the myriad of altering drugs. I'm stuck at this. For the first time, I kind of wanted like an overview article on Under the Influence. It's too late to get more, and masking tape can work, but there is a certain type of tape by Speedball that works. Interesting. I'm sure your smart little cookie brain will figure out something to use as an alternative, but I'm sorry that you forgot it. I was hoping there was like a... We often hear how some people are looking beyond the unlocks their hidden artistic soul. It might be true for some, and it might be an urban myth. We know that we won't know for sure, and each person have to get as close to understanding the phenomenon. Self-portraits, drugs, which... It's okay, I can just work on it tomorrow. That's good, I'm glad. I can just do other things tonight then. Mostly known for his art on drugs, Brian also expresses our artistic soul, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so just a list of them. Set of 91 self-portraits. While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Saunders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of drugs, mind-altering drugs. The series came to be known as Under the Influence and contains over 90 self-portraits, each drawn vastly different. The different level of substances within his system. While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Saunders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. The series came to be known as Under the Influence and contains over 90 self-portraits, each drawn vastly different due to the level of varying substances within the system. Interview. Is there any interviews with him? Someone for the Ash. After news what was the first thing have you ever approached it, anything like that? Reading your book. I'm curious, have you done self-portrait? Oh, yes. I kind of want to interview with him about sensory experience, public pressure, artfully the Guardian. This one's about Under the Influence. Drugs, crystal meth. I want to say I hope you appreciate that before you close the tab. Oh. I have to watch the video? I'm back, Mumu. Sorry, I've been having issues with service. Not really. You're okay, Lude. The fact that you checked in at all means a lot to me. I wanted to see Daily Under the Influence. What about this one? Is this just a list of them? I really want like an interview about it. In other words, as Saunders points out, considering that there are preconceptual cognitive impact of each drug, they didn't factor into the self-portrait that subconscious. I love here. Oh, I love it when you're here. If he attempts to make you portraits, time's gone. Instead, he lets the drugs all this is done. Proud to be on any drugs in any pictures. I think drugs make me look really ugly, and I'm really a six-trick pony, but the world only likes one of my tricks. Each 500,000 kids around the world discovers drugs. The virus never dies. Saunders, who started self-created. It's been acting funky earlier too. It was. It killed my stream. This isn't the only art that Brian has done. 1995, he's been creating self-portraits of himself every day since stopped. I commissioned someone to make my yay! I was watching TikTok. TikTok's great. Hasn't stopped. You can check out his website and see. Actually, the evolution. Cheaper than my friend, unfortunately. That's okay. That's how it is sometimes. Well, ending up with severe danger. Brian Lewis Saunders, this Saunders, I spelled it wrong. Saunders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. The series came to be known as Under the Influence and contains over 90 self-portraits, each drawn vastly different due to the level of varying substances. So these portraits range of special brownies way to powder that you might be able to find in GTA 5. Wow, it's really that long. Either way, he wouldn't do it, so it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. They're lost. The series Under the Influence contains over 90 self-portraits, each one vastly different to the varying levels of drugs. In a system which range from special brownies to the white powder that you might find in GTA 5. Yeah, if he's mad about it, he can blame But this isn't the only art that Brian does. Since 1995, he's been creating self-portraits of himself every day since, and hasn't stopped for a single day. You can check out his website to see all of the works that he's created, and the evolution of a creative mind. If you're out there looking for your next bump of inspiration, maybe don't take from drugs. Instead, look life itself. Like Brian says. Do you have any quotes? Do you have any quotes? I'm surprised you can add emotes to Discord without needing to get it to level 2 first. Isn't there like baby ones? They're like, you can add like a limited amount. You're going to do an 8-hour stream today? Yeah, maybe longer depending on how much work I have to do. And it's also good to branch out to other artists and support them too. Sometimes people get busy, so it's good to find other peeps who can also work with you. Daily self-portrait to increase my drawing skills. Then I used it to counteract boredom, purge the unwanted feeling, anger, anxiety. Then I used to face my fears to try to grow. Then I discovered even more tools. Art is advancement, and the way that we advance is by facing challenges and overcoming them. So I'm using art to create challenges and to survive moving forward. So if you're looking at them, maybe don't take from drugs, but instead look at life itself. Like Brian says, does he have any inspirational ones about taking from life? Is there a word of inspire here? No, fuck! That's true. I just like to support him as much as I can because I wanted to get to play with our mutual streamer, which is why I always go to him. Also, I never ask anything except to let him know he's not busy. Oh, that's nice of you, though. What would you like to... Epitaph? Are you able to appreciate the creator? Should not be the sum of our worst deeds. I think we should weigh the goods along with their bads individually. Would you care to name any theoretical desert island records? Do you have any side projects that I'm not aware of? What would you say is your most extensive prison college material? These institutional environments, fuck. I want quotes. I want quotes. Brian Lee's not this person to be accused. Oh my god. life. Found a new band you might want to hear. Yeah, what's up? What is up? And also, I only got 3 hours of sleep, so I'm going to sleep early tonight. Understandable. I hope you sleep well when you do. Play. That's not how it works here, but I got you. You do technically need to spend milk bucks, but I'll be nice. I'll be nice. Oh, I already added it. Oh, no, let me refund you. I already added it. Complete all. What inspires him? Sorry, wrong stream. It's okay. I wish I was cool enough to just do play, but I don't trust people enough for that. Just because we've had a person not want to do a very nice thing in here. Guardian. Go away. Say stuff like that all day. I'm tired. That's okay. It only takes one person to do it. On God. Like, I don't fucking... And it's like the music, I very much like, while I listen to the music a lot, I also tune it out a little. Like, it's like music for me is like the rhythm of my heart. It's there and I know it's there, and I don't want to think about it a lot, because then I have to be very... I've only seen it on TikTok, not on Twitch. I've seen SR on Twitch. Yeah. A lot of people do that, but they don't read how mine works. But that's okay. Maybe this one. I don't know what. Maybe I should look up his opinion on, like, what do you think? Of what he thinks on AI, because I know he's against NFTs. I'm curious, have you done support? Kind of. I just got an invite for an AI image generator Dolly. What do you use? What you do is you type text prompts and it shows you what you want to see and it generates images. So I've typed a pencil drawing inside of Brian is getting a migraine headache. It honestly looks like something I could have drawn. Yeah, I don't like NFTs at all. It's a way to make money in art. People still make the same art. There's nothing creative about NFTs. The only thing creative about it is the way. There's a lot of people upset about AI image generator because they think it's all paid, like, if the computer's completely... Okay, I don't know what point to put at the end of this video. I can't do anything without music. I crash the fuck out if I or at least something playing in the background. I don't know how do I have a thing for this in the creative mind. Maybe don't go as a take for drugs, but instead look at life itself. Who says art imitates life? Who said that? Oscar Wilde. Okay, well, we'll say what Oscar Wilde says then. Like, Oscar Wilde said art imitates life. Mommy ASMR, what? What's happening? That man took drugs for a whole month and did a series as an experiment while ending up with severe brain damage. Brian Lewis Sanders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. The series, Under the Influence, contains over 90 self-portraits, each drawn vastly different due to the levels of varying substances within a system, which range from special brownies to white powder that you might find in GTA 5. But this isn't the only art that Brian has done. Since 1995, he's been creating self-portraits of himself every day since, and hasn't stopped. I hope I can read this right. And hasn't stopped for a single day. You can check out his website to see all the works that he's created and the evolution of his creative mind. Of his. I think his. Fortunately, outed myself. Will you like? I did say for a subathon goal when we do my debut, I will have an ASMR, like Kiwi will write me an ASMR script and I will record it and post it on YouTube. So if you're out there looking for your next bump of inspiration, maybe don't take from drugs, but instead look at life itself. Like Oscar Wilde said, art imitates life. I don't think that's bad. I think that's pretty short, sweet, and simple. I don't know what caption I want to put, but I gotta be right back. I'm not gonna go on BRB, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, my service is crashing again. No! I don't like sounds. I like voices. The sound stuff and the ear stuff give me chills and feels weird. No, that's valid. ASMR is spooky. I gotta go my end of day beating. Anyway, I'll be back. Boo boo. No problem, Lud. Thank you for stopping by. We'll be here when you get back. Thank you for the save check. Luckily, this shit auto saves. Thank God. Spooky months spooky months mean spooky facts, right? Well, I think the capabilities and mine and the scariest topics. I'll play the DJ. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okie dokie, we finished one script. Look at that, chat. We finished one. We finished one. We'll get there shortly, soon, eventually. I'll do roll for fun next. We are doing Clover Pit. That's right, Clover Pit. Let's do Clover Pit. Boop, boop, boop. Load assets, close. We're gonna go to video editing. And roll for fun. New. This is 49, and we're gonna call it Clover Pit. 49 _ Clover Pit. And we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go down here. I'm gonna grab. I think we'll grab this. It's not a bad image. Oh wait, we should get this one though. I wish we. Oh, we don't need to flip it though. No, I'm on the left side for this, so this will be fine. Yeah, there we go. Could be in the center. Love. I think my parents are texting me. What's happening? No, I'm just getting notifications from other applications. Ooh, Colin McGinnis posted something? Wait, what did he post? Did I close it? God dang it. Oh, no, okay. It's not that. Okay. I lay in bed in the night. I like their logo. It's very nice. Very clear. I quite like it. Export. Roll for fun. Oh my goodness. 49. Save. Close. Save image as. Roll for fun. Clover pit. Save. That's fine there. I do want the video. Panic Arcade. I wonder if they have. Looks like they have a Blue Sky and a Twitter. Discord. Ooh. IGB homepage. Panic Arcade. Clover wishlist now. So a minute long. Let's see if we can find any other videos as well. Download a video. Triple E showcase. And this one. This one. Downloads. Ooh, this needs to go into. Did you know? And then these two need to go here. I need to refresh this guy. Okay, this one, and then I'm gonna go to store page so I can see what I want to write. Insert image and cell. This one. This needs to go in here. This needs to go in here. Let's go gambling. Clover Pit is the demonic love trial of Balatro and Bug Trial Roulette, a roguelike that traps players in a hell of their own creation. I like that. Yeah. Locked in a rusty cell with slot machines and an ATM, you must pay the debt at the end of each round or fall to ruin, literally. Manipulate the slot machine to earn extra coins, turn the odds in your favor with various prizes, charms that trigger big combos, snowballing into a dazzling lucky run. Bend the rules, break the game, and pay off your captor long enough to earn a shot at freedom. That's actually not bad. That's actually really, I like that the way they wrote that. And then we could do don't fret, it isn't real gambling though. Because Clover Pit is a roguelike horror game and not a slot machine simulator. Our slot machine, the slot machine is designed to be broken and ultimately overcome and will never ask you for real money. Released to Steam, was it late September? In late September, I've been all over feed and over on Twitch. You need a little more RNG. Standing for risk. Definitely check out Clover Pit. Clover pit. G. Rogue light. Okay. Let me see this really quick. I want to check something. All the items in the about the name in book. Okay, cool. Oh my god, I just popped the entire base of my neck. That felt so good. 49. Quite a hold. Get addicted to. Okay, cool. Rotate items. This one? This is not an add-on either, actually. Delete this one. Wait, I think it is. No, yeah, no, it is. I'm stupid. Kickstarter size. Hello, Arch. How are you doing, my friend? How was Minecraft? From the fiery depths of hell, Arch the Devil's VTuber horde descends upon your stream. Prepare for a raid of epic proportions, for Arch has arrived to set your chat ablaze with mischief and mayhem. Let the infernal fun begin. Welcome on in. Hello, everybody. Hi. Oh, wrong one. Hi. How was your stream? Did you have fun? We're currently just working in between some scripting and some other stuff that we're working for the Enshrined Kickstarter that's gonna release tomorrow. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I built a kitchen and an alcohol basement. Man, you make me want to play Minecraft. Dragonfay, you make me want to play Minecraft. I spent most of the stream hunting a single brown mushroom. Mood. It took me literally like a month in one of my Minecraft worlds to find rice. I built an iron farm and a storage system. Fuck yeah. I hope that was fun. I hope you enjoyed. I hope it was a good time. We're currently doing some scripties while we wait on some feedback on things. Well, more like we need my brain is thinking we need renders for things, so we're waiting on that while I do scripts. Them doing some cool shit. Me, mushroom. Hey, sometimes you just need to get that mushroom. Sometimes that mushroom be calling your name and you just need it. And besides, just like seeds, once you get one, you can kind of just make more, you know? You didn't realize you could use mod mushrooms? Rip. Well, I mean, at least they found out eventually. For me, I think I went a whole month looking for a jungle biome. And I was so stubborn because I didn't want to use mods to find one. But eventually I gave up and I found one. Because it was not being my friend. Let me tell you what. It was not being my friend. This one's gonna be junk. Our world is drowning in jungles and I hate it. I'm sorry. I also don't like jungles. Jungles are kind of poo-poo dingus. Honestly, they're kind of boo-boo dingus. I'm gonna close this group for now, so I don't get too overwhelmed. And then we're gonna do vibe and shine. I'm gonna do this little puppy that's smiling. Border collie. Oh, wait, I have to make a new folder before I start this. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you can vibe and hang out with us while I do a little bit of work. And by I mean a little bit, I mean probably for most of the day. But, you know, we give and we take. I kind of want to play Minecraft now. Even though, I don't know. Tell me, if any of you from our just chat are still here, how do you stay motivated to make things in Minecraft? Because I like having a forever world. Because it's, like, nice. Because then I don't have to, you know, I don't have to learn too many new, like, mods and stuff. And we have a lot of mods on the server. But also, like, I don't know. I'm just, like like I don't know how to, like, always find new stuff. Sometimes I kind of get bored and I just feel like I have to go instead of building a huge castle and regretting it. That's a mood. That's a mood. And oh shit, I haven't added things to Happy Talk in a while. I haven't really watching TikToks. Bonita dog. Oh, we already have a dog though. Shit. Are there any things I haven't? I did a pretty good job on using, like, a lot of these as I found them. I already have a dog one. It's a Mola one. Don't really want to use that one. Oh, wow, blueberries. Do I have any liked ones that I want to add? For me, it's about having goals. That's why I like FTB quests. I don't go all the way into building just what functionality I need to do with my goal. And then I rely on friends for other endeavors. And by other friends, I mean divide. No, that's valid. The thing is like, with our Milk Club server, I don't have quests and shit. And so I'm like, fuck. I don't know, like, what to do for that. Because it's kind of like, I don't know how to add FTB quests at that point, other than just getting all the mods 10 or something. Because of Arch, I don't leave the house. It's a mood, though. Sometimes you just don't want to leave your house. What is this? Oh my god, I like this one. No, I want to talk about this one. Gizmo the orange cat. His name is Gizmo the orange cat. Save. I will teach you how to make custom quests. It's fairly easy to do. It's so much information. Like, I know how to do it. It's just a lot of mods that I'd have to remake them for all the mods 10 or 9, whichever the fuck one we're using. But if I'm honest, I really should have just put all the mods, like, 9 into our thing or something. I want to put, like, an enshrined video, I think, in here. Enshrined. The game. Hey, look, it's my videos. Okay, these are my videos. Enshrouded. At least our stuff is on the top. I think I gotta look up Headwind Studio. Think you like the mod pack we're using for stream? It's called MC Eternal 2. Ooh. That does sound fun. I like the name of it. Ooh. MC is just to connect to friends, but over time ingredients something more. This is real. Ooh, I'm back, Moo Moo. Welcome back, Lude. This does look cool. What is there? It's a hybrid pack. Yeah, honestly, I think I should have just done a fantasy pack instead of having all this tech stuff. But I don't know. I want my own mod pack because there are things in. Did you notice I changed the Lude Lemon? Oh my god, you did. I just now did. Oh my god. When did you change that? Wait, was that, how long have you had that changed? Did you have that earlier? You did have that early. What the fuck? I guess because you didn't change your color. I'm like, I thought it was the same. Man. Oh, Damons. Day before yesterday? Oh, damn. Well, I'm just oblivious. Someone gave me an idea. I like it. I like it. I like it. Doesn't it hardcore? Oh, sometimes I just wish I did all the mods 10. Because I feel like it has, like, all the mods I could want. But it's, like, not mine. And it makes me sad. Alright, well, I gotta hop off. I'll leave a lurk. Thank you for the lurk, Arch. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for the raid. But does it really have all the mods? I don't think so. That's why it's, like, hard. Because I like my mod pack. Because it mixes tech and magic. And a lot of cozy core aesthetic stuff. Lemon is better than 12 different Delins. Delins? Demons? That's valid. I don't know a lot of lemons. Like I don't have a lot of like hey lemon, but I think I feel, you know, false advertising. Not all the mods. I know, right? I don't know. I just want maybe I'll play some Minecraft today. Oh god. Maybe when I feel better or like when I get done with work, I'll play some Minecraft. Cause like the thing about my mod pack is that Ice and Fire is getting, there's an Ice and Fire 2 mod that's coming out. And with that, I can add it to our server. And it'll be so cool. Thank you for the cheek pat. And it'll be so fucking cool. I don't know what they're adding. Does it say what they're adding? I don't want to watch the whole thing. I'm very impatient. Thank you for the wellness check. I mean, this project is a culmination of many years or so. If you have more information on the project, we have a server. We do have a server. Do we? Does this still work? Ha! Yeah. But yeah, that's the one that we use. It is a little fucking hefty, but I tried my best not to make it too hefty. But we do have a Minecraft server, so I might play on it. I don't know. My brain wants to do something creative. Let's see, what... but we gotta get work done. Okay. I love Minecraft so much, but it distracts me quite a bit. Okay. If you could do me small favor and rename the edited pics to whichever dice set it belongs to. Like, let's see, what's it say? Alright, close the thing, then I'm gonna reopen it. I can always do that, that's alright. This one. Instead of the god name. 8 more days, Moo, then I can get rid of my DBD withdrawals. Why have to wait 8 days? Did you get banned? Did you get banned? I think I know what I will do. We're going to talk about enshrined for the last one. Headwind. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. People like my video. Wonder when they posted this. Because the only problem with like the videos like that sometimes is like it's hard to gauge how well they do because of stuff. Oh, understandable. I'm sorry that you're working for so long. You're working up there for so long, but soon. A little over a week. By date. So by date. I don't like this song. It's giving me a bit too much that's what the mask is. It's okay. I get paid to bank up here, so I don't mind it as much. That's good. That's good at least. Okay, I want to use this one. I kind of have to go to the bathroom. I'll be fine. It's okay. Okay, so this one. I want to at least script one more video. The people I worked with weren't such crayon eaters. Maybe it'd be better, but oh well. That's valid. All things have its pros and cons, you know. Nice job, shitty people. Nice people, shitty job a lot of the times. I don't think it usually goes hand in hand a lot of time. Money's money. Money is money. But maybe someday they'll leave and you'll stay, and then you'll never have to talk to them again. Okay, I think I know. Yeah, I should have done this no, doing it while it's live is actually good. Wow. Yeah, I think talking about enshrined while it's live would actually be better than doing it while it's not. Before it's live, because then people might click on the link and be like, where to go, and blah, 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 blah. If I'm enshrined. Lol, well, what's funny is I always make the joke to my friend, I thought my Valorant randoms were bad, but these guys made Hey, at least they're stupider, right? At least they're stupider. Because, like, at least there can be a new low, because then, you know, your expectations can get a little higher. I think that's how that works, you know? Or you can be more tolerant, I guess? Puppy. Cute. Sit. Stress. Shrined. 5E. Okay. I'm excited too. The person I've calmed is going to stream my art. Yay! I love seeing those. I love seeing people work on like commissions live. It's always so fun. What was I thinking? To be honest, this week pretty stressed out and makes me feel like this little guy vibing outside, just taking, maybe screaming internally. This of is a good reminder to take a seat. Take a seat, a breath, exhale. You can give your bit of space to grow. To keep your head held up high. Well, yeah, it's just I couldn't imagine there would be people more stupid than randoms about that. My head is starting to hurt. Are you drinking enough water, and have you ate today, Lude? If you're not, you should drink more water if you're not feeling too well. Or if you haven't. And if not, maybe, like, sit down, take a little break, eating something. Eating something can help. To keep your head held high. To be honest, this week I've been pretty stressed out, and it makes me feel like this little guy who's sitting and vibing outside, just taking a breath and maybe screaming internally. Regardless of any steps, though, he's a good reminder to take a seat, a breath, and exhale your worries so you can give yourself a bit of space to keep your head held high. I haven't drank water, but it's been a really long day. Get some water in you, and, you know, get a little relaxing in you. Might help you feel better. I'm on the bus back to the hotel. Fuck yeah. Make a nice warm shower and conk the fuck out. To keep your head held, just like this adorable little border collie. I think their name is Vanilla. I think their name is Vanilla. Is their name just Vanilla? Simple lady. Vanilla. I think so. you. Just like this little named Vanilla. Named Vanilla. Cheer you up. Absolutely adorable smile. Look at how wide. Just wants to make you happy. I didn't even want to shower. I just want to jump in bed, listen to stream, and fucking go into mood. On God. On God. I've been sleeping quite a bit, but because I've been stressed, it just feels like no matter how much I sleep, it just gets sapped right out of my brain. But I get it. I get it. I get it. But be sure to at least drink water before you conk out, because you will get a bit dehydrated when you sleep. Do you have long fingernails? Depends. I try to grow them out long, but when I get stressed, I break them because I'm not taking care. Like, I'm not, like, being gentle with them, and I'll end up breaking them. So it just kind of depends. I'll either have long nails or I'll have, like, short nails, because I don't like having uneven or, like, cracked nails and stuff. You may be wondering, what does a little guy like me have to stress about? Well, let me tell you something. I'm working Headwind Studios on releasing our 5E expansion over on Kickstarter for over a year, and it's kind of feel bad. I snapped at my oh, how come? Were you stressed? What happened, Lude? On Kickstarter, and it's finally live. Tons of new ecosystems. Mounting system into a world not even like crafting system and lore into a world that even the gods are bound to. Check it out today. Okay. Stress is part of life. It'll wash over you like a wave. Just like a wave. And go, I promise. Well, I was irritated because I was trying to watch my friend's stream and my expensive phone service wasn't loading it, even though I had 5 bars of service. I was dealing with that, trying to relax for a second at the end of a work day, trying not to throw in my phone. That's understandable. It can be hard for people to, like, be more patient when someone else is stressed over, like, their day, you know? I have noticed that for some people, like, even if you're like, oh, I'm having a hard day, not many people will take that technically at face value, and they'll be like not considerate of how other people's days are. I think it's because you have to be quite self-aware to have that happen. It happens, yeah. Hi, Lemon. Hi, Lemon Zest. How's it going? Welcome on in. Holy shit, 2 lemons. I stand corrected. We now have 2 lemons, but one's a lemon zest and one's a lewd lemon. Lemon zest makes me think of pie. Lewd lemon makes me think of lemon butt. Like a little lemon with a little butt. Alright. I think we did all the side ones. We did roll for fun. We did vibe and shine. I don't have time to do an enshrined one right now. So I'm gonna do V stars and V highlight and then call it a day on scripting. I think Junk might just be on Blue Sky then. I think so. The lemon should have a battle royale. Fuck yeah. That'd be cool. Whoever's last hand is a true lemon. What if someone's name is Lemon Lemon though? Does that give them a power up or does that not help? Or what if they're a lemon in a different language? Like Yuzu. Hey dudes, dudettes, and Junk. Your time dilated 80s VTuber coming in through space time internet connection. A disgruntled Nepo baby thrust into the past, armed with absolutely nothing but a PC from the 1980s and an Ethernet connection that transcends time. But Junk will find a way back home to Metacross after we get done playing some games. I like their little guys on their little stream panels. Hello, I'm Junk Streamer with more than 5 years of entertainment experience. A big fan of. Oh, I have to find a clip first for them. Like, uses different can of worms. I feel like I don't think the lemon counts. It's like naming yourself. But some people are named like Mary. You know. What if it's is lemon a citrus? Like what if their name is Citrus Lemon? Lemon citrus? Like you know like what if it's like that? Do they count as two Marys? Oh, good point. No, they'd still count as only one Mary. That's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. I kind of want this to be his intro. I don't know. Wait, it's like saying human brain. Human brain. If someone was named Citrus, I'm just saying, like, I wanted to know the power scale of it, you know? The power scale is important. Top on. Okay, wait, maybe I need a different one. Chunk got dunked on. Kingdom what? Junk's favorite Mario song. Salvi the sub bomb. Junk's dating sim take one. What's this one? I'm gonna try this one. I kinda gotta go to the bathroom. I don't know, man. If it's based on name, then whoever's just named Lemon wins. But no, that's the thing. But oh, I guess so because they'd be the OG Lemon. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But you know the chances of the lemon, like the actual like lemon, someone who's just named Lemon coming into this chat is very rare. So I think Lemon can you know stand the test of time. That one's not bad. I kind of like this one, but I guess I could do this one. It just kind of feels. Damn. I actually like this because it's also very. I think the person with that like username is probably dead. What the fuck? Why would you say that they're dead? They're so not dead. They're probably just like not using the account. Cause technically, I think if Twitch still does this, which I don't know if it does, but if you don't use your Twitch account for an X amount of time, it'll remove your Twitch account. Like it's a few years, but yeah. I don't know, maybe a person named Cal might be dead too. Damn, that sucks. This is scaring the shit out of me. I keep hearing stuff. Hello, landscape. Okay, I gotta go to the restroom really quick because I chugged my energy drink a little bit too fast, and now I really gotta go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. I'll be right back. I love you. Don't go anywhere, okay? I love you guys. All right, I'm back. I don't think my message went through. Which one? Oh, which one? Oh my god. I'm like fighting my blanket. Robo time. What is this one? Actually, doesn't matter, right? Damn, rip. Open link in new tab. I just want a bunch of them. It's just a matter of time. It is. It's just a matter of time until you get it. I need like, I forgot how many I need for this. It also kind of depends on how long the script is, but I'm glad you guys can hear this. It's like a little overwhelming with all the audio. I was exposing what my girlfriend did. Oh, yeah, no, it didn't send. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I gotta go back and go to V-stars. How many did I have for Teeny? Minus this one. Don't know what that is. Minus this one and this one. This is 19. Okay, so I need 19 for this one. Need 7 more. And do this one. This one. This one, that would be 15. Kind of want some more of their new model. 30 days. I don't think I have this one. What the fuck is this? What did I do? How did I open it like this? I don't know how I did that, but okay. Okay, I didn't download that one already. And save. Okay, and then top wall. I want one more of like their new model. Do I have to scroll? Do I have to scroll? Yeah, this one works. Save, and then I gotta go to their about, unless they have it here. They don't. Bump. Bump. Give me the about. Give me the about. VTuber art rig. VTuber rig. I'm trying to see something. Rig. They say... I'll just do these 3 then. We'll just do... Hopefully I'll say their names right, though. I just die because I forget to say the names right. Ryuji, Riku, and Jersey BZ. Okay, I have to word this in a way that doesn't sound stupid. Also, I need an image of their model. Lawrence is your new best friend. What? Did not all my stuff download? What? 17? What? Oh my goodness. Okay, I got this one. What? Oh, Kyoki Studios. Wait, what? Let me go to Blue Sky. I don't know who the person is that did the last ones, though. Are you the one that did Junk's model? Probably look at their portfolio. It's loading. Yeah, 'cause I'm thinking Junk would be lower. Yeah, I know that this person got famous for a while because they did the ink VTubers. Okay, now I'm confused. Card. Who did their latest model? Junk, where are you? Did they do the art? I'm so confused now. People you follow, people. My brain is so confused. Yeah, no, it has to be this person because I just realized that yeah. My brain is working. Where is it? Where is his model? Well, it's definitely this one because I realized that this is made in the same style as these ones. So it is this person. Twitter. Save images. Save. Okay, so we remove this one. Oh my goodness. Okay, this one. And this one. And then Jersey BZ for the last one because I can. Boop, 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 boop. And then I have to oh, I already have this one though. Video editing. I have BZ from Nekomiki's one. Which I will put this one out here and then re-put it in here. And then oh, the image of their VTuber, that's right. Media. Kinda just want to steal that one, but I won't. This one works. Ooh, I don't have it open. This one. And this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Womp. Yeah, that works. And then I need their Twitch. Which is just junk. chunk. I'm gonna be a little bit bigger. Scoot it over a little bit. Export this one, V stars. I'll go with 31. And then we're gonna export the nameplate for specific reasons. Nameplate, and then save, and then close this. And then I check to see how many things I have, because I feel like I didn't have enough. Not this one, this one, this one, this one. Oh wait, no, we can add this one. 17, we need 2 more clips. Sure, we'll do some of these. We can do some highlights. Hi, Oso, how are you? I just want this to be muted, please. How's editing treating you? I'm not editing right now, luckily. But finding clips for stuff isn't too bad. How come I can't? How come I can't? Can I not? But I've been editing stuff. How's editing? Are you having a good time? Download. Start function. No, go away. What video? Start function. What's this one? I kind of want this one too. Pretty good. Just had to edit some stuff about Daredevil's thick booty. Thick booty. Oh my goodness. Do you agree with these statements? Oh, do you mean like him in Marvel Rivals? I haven't looked at him in his entirety in Marvel Rivals. Okie dokie. Let me look him up. Oh, hold on. I need to close this right now. I'll send you the booty pic? Yes, please do. I want to see. I want to see. Okay, close this one. Insert image in cell. V stars. Let me look at this. God damn! He is thick as fuck. He is wide as fuck, bro. It's okay, I can still see it. He is wide as fuck, brother. I don't know what they're doing to the proportions in Marvel Rivals. I like it because it's a varying. They have varying body sizes, but they made them all thick as fuck, brother. When do we get? Wait, I don't think that. Aw, I want. What was the Man Shark? Is he a DC one though, or is he Marvel? King Shark? DC. Is Daredevil King Shark is DC? No! Yeah, that's why they have Jeff. Fuck. But I love King Shark. I just need a game to have King Shark. That's all I want. Is that so much to ask for? Maybe not, but that's what I want. Junk. Hashtag nipple. One day girly, one day. He's just so cute. I just like him because he's so cute. Come on. He's just a guy. Oh my god, this scares me. Profile. Attention grabbed. Good. Because that was ever ecstatic and bright. Yet disgruntled nipple baby junk. Disgruntled nipple baby junk. Only game with King Shark right now is Suicide Squad game. Damn it! I just want more sharks in games. Specifically him because I like him a lot. He's very cute. He's a very cute guy. At least that's what I think. Thrust from the past. Past junk is equipped. Not only his explosive hilarity, but also that transcends time and space. I love that one of the movies has shown that he had a relationship with Constantine. What? Really? This is only with not only. So a piece even though it's time and space. Okay, hold back. Holy Jesus. I'm sorry. Welcome back to your hotel. Look, Constantine finds his ex. Today is just not my day. I'm sorry. I hope the hotel is treating you nice. I hope we can get some yummy food and to relax. That's great. I love that they assumed it was Harlan. And he was like, I'm not crazy. Looks at King Shark. That's a little crazy, though. That's a little crazy. Yeah, I'm going down this shit so fast. What kind of food you get? Tundra grab good, because that was our ever... that was our ever static and bright. Yet disgruntled nipple baby junk. Thrust from the past, junk is equipped with not only his explosive hilarity, but also his piece in time and space. Did they talk about like what? Fan of card games. Junk Wave City. Okay, space. Whenever you take a trip to Junk Wave City, entertained and attention grabbed good, because that was our ever ecstatic and static sounds weird now. Ever ecstatic yet gruntled nipple baby junk. Thrust from the past, junk is equipped with not only his explosive personality, but also a PC from the 1980s and an Ethernet connection that transcends time and space. Whenever you take a trip to Junk Wave City, you'll be nothing but entertained and so like I was saying earlier, man, after all that was a huge problem with jealousy at me. She gets jealous of fictional characters, and so I talked to her about it giving me space. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I get being jealous of fictional characters, but also a good way to combat that is interject yourself as a fictional character. Bam. You know? I don't know. I get jealousy, and I get that it also comes from a big thing of like self insecurity. So I can't like be like, oh well, they should do this, because I am also like that, and it comes from a place of twamma. But I understand how it can be very stressful and hard for you to like do what you want when there's that looming eye over your shoulder. Whatever you do, you'll be nothing but entertained and laugh. Entertained and amused. Wondering what Junk Wave City offer? I need this. In his more than 5 years building up and can be seen in card games like Yu-Gi-Oh, RPGs. Using playing games like Yu-Gi-Oh, RPGs, just joking around with chat. Sometimes. Can be seen playing card game RPGs. Just chatting. Cracking jokes with his chat. People friendly. Real talk though, has she started making up characters in her dreams and got mad at you for what they stop? Shut up! Well, no, but she has dreams about me cheating on her. That is standard. I be having dreams like that too sometimes with pixels. But I've come to the point where I can't be mad at him. I just kind of get a little wimpy and go, oh, please don't. Was wondering when more than 5 years of building up his city often. Well, in his more than 5 years of building his city, you can often find him playing card games like Yu-Gi-Oh or RPGs like Yu-Gi-Oh, or just chatting and cracking jokes with his chat. He has quite the energetic and bombastic personality. Always feel like you're cruising on good vibes. Their streams. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. To take. So be sure to take. That trip down to Junk Wave City and join the Shade Brigade today. Could even make a pit stop and using artists like at Shigenari, Ryuji Riku, and Jersey Easy. I think that's pretty good. Well, it just frustrated me. She wouldn't just talk to my friend. I was like, babe, I can't hold your hand. You have to socialize eventually. I'm not going to sit with you through every single social. You have to come out of your shell. And me baiting you is going to... I don't like my long message. Well, whatever. That's my side. No, that's understandable. Because, like, on God, I'm kind of on, like, the other spectrum of it. So I understand. And it's good that you communicate your frustration through it. Right? Because if you don't, it'll become a thing of like an unspoken frustration, right? And it also gives your partner a chance to realize like they can rely on you, but not like become a dependent of you. Because I was that way a lot with like Pixels, for example. I was jealous. I would piggyback on everything that he did, but that didn't give him space to breathe and also didn't help my jealousy. And it becomes a point where you have to become self-aware of like, hey, I'm doing this thing, but this thing is affecting people I care about. And it's a hard thing to get through, but I'm proud of you, Lemon, for voicing your opinion of like, you can be there for them and you want to help them, but you can't like baby them through it, because that's never helpful, babying someone. And sometimes it is what people want, but it's never helpful, you know? Unless it's like a small thing, like, oh, they scraped their knee and that they want to be babied, sure, whatever. But like, if it's something kind of like that, it's like, if you baby them, they won't grow. Exactly. And so it's kind of like, I'm proud of you for you know, speaking honestly with them, because it can be hard, because good relationships don't come from easy conversations. At least that's how I feel. Boom, bam, bop. Some boom, bam, bop. Personality that is burning bright, like the end of a teen, a dynamite. Burning bright, like dynamite. Parts of what the fuck is that string part called? Parts. Dynamite. What is the string called? Fuse? Burning bright like the fuse a dynamite. It's junk. Here. Make you laugh. Entertainment from the past. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I told her, like, you have to get over your fear of interaction. Me talking for you doesn't help your social fear. I got mine, at least in the internet, a long time ago. Yeah, and it takes time. It's a hard thing. Like, even I have, like, for example, I have a collab on Saturday with the Chunky Lotus and some people that she knows. And I am so terrified. I am so terrified to be on her stream. But I'm so excited to play Peak with her. But I'm so scared. And I know it's going to take a lot of energy out of me because it's a new social situation. But I'm so excited. And you have to be willing to take those leaps. Hi, Oceanic. How are you? Hi. I am well. How you doing? Okay, we finished Junk's video. Junk's video is now done. Who that? Chunky Lotus is this cool dragoness VTuber. I don't think they're live right now. Hold on. Chunky. Gucci, I just came back from work, got a coffee, and I'm ready to draw. What are you gonna draw? This is Chunky Lotus. She's so cute. She does a lot of pop noises, but she's really fun and sweet. She's very cute. Loving Deep Space Boys. Ooh, spicy. But yeah, she's super cute, and she got a big pumpkin hat. And they've invited me to play Peak with them on Saturday. I'm very nervous, but they're very sweet and very nice and very hardworking. But they're pretty cool. Very nervous. I love her mono. I know. It's so pretty. I love the blue. I love the type of blue that she has. Okay, this is done. V-Stars is done. This is a very backwards way that I'm doing this, but that's okay. This is like taking forever to upload, so I'm just gonna... Because I don't think I uploaded my VOD on this channel today, so I'm just gonna do that really quick. Bonds, this one, October 6th. And then I have to go here. But honestly, out of all the models I've seen, I think Aw, thank you. I wanted a good vibe between, like, kind of realistic, but kind of, like, anime-y. That's why I got a nose. How many VTubers you know got a nose? Not many. Not many. Like, hold on. Junk's got a nose. The single dot noses don't count. Oh, wait, shit. I can't look there because this is a new file. Okay, Biddles counts. Rat Cousin counts. I can't do... The V-Stars ones is hard because there's often not of their models. Okay, this is hard. I didn't take them all of their models. Envy kind of has a nose. But I have more of a nose. No nose. No nose. Nikto doesn't have a nose. No noses. Only lines. Well, it's amazing. I love it. Thanks. Thank you. It's a big shout out to Ozu and Jersey BZ for doing such a good job. For real, I feel like for real, I feel like only in the 80s did anime have noses. Especially your braid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to grow out this hairstyle in real life. It's very hard. It's a lot of work to get my hair to be this long. But yeah, I feel like older animes and stuff tended to have like actual noses. But I understand how it can be hard to animate those compared to just a singular line. But I like how big a nose. I like sniffer. Because technically, if I could control my nose muscle well enough, I could... Because technically, I don't know how well you can see it, but I can like make my nose... I can make my nose sniffer. It's hard to do without moving my lip, but... I can sniffer. I can just sniffer. Alright. Doop-a-doop-a. Ba-doop-a-doop-a. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Sniffing in the mic. Sniffing in the... I like sniffing a lot. I don't know why. Making the noise, let's just sniffer. Sniffer is just fun. I like sniffer. Sniffer fun. This one, thumbnails, art, the 6th. No. Boop, 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 boop. Publish, okay. Okay, now I just gotta do Neo Malay's one, and hers will be easier because I don't need an intro clip. So just kind of whatever I want to talk about at the end of the day. Bro, sound design is great. Like, eating banana sounds like you're crushing someone into something. I know! Yeah! Or, like, lettuce for snow. Lettuce for, like cracking lettuce for, like crunchy snow sounds. That shit's crazy to me. Like, how can we make the noise without making the noise? It's like, what? But I like, get why, because it's kind of like they want the sound isolated for specific things to make it, like, scenes more serious or more focused on that kind of thing. But it's, like, crazy that a lot of the times it's, like, it is not actually that noise. Because they need something that sounds like that. It's just crazy. That shit's crazy. Oh, thank God they're not streaming right now. I've been so nervous. Like, haha. Okay. Show all. Looks around for his coconuts to make hoof noise. Exactly. Yeah, it's insane to me, but once you know, you can't see the scene. Yeah, like, sometimes rain is, rain is the sound of bacon. Bacon and rain. Same, sometimes. I need the picture. No way, yeah, like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Bacon, sizzling, rain sound. Hold on. Yeah, sometimes people will use bacon, the sizzling of bacon. Instead all bacon. Yep. Oops, all bacon. But yeah, pretty much. It's cool. I like it a lot. Yeah, that's why I love sound design. That shit's crazy. I like this, even though I don't like whatever that creature is. It's a little spooky. I like her face. Oh, it's like too big. I just crushed my fantasies. Oh, what do you mean? Back up on the sofa. Her hair's so big. I love how fluffy her hair is. It's so nice. Ooh, 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 ooh. This works. Yes. Felt like I just go to Santa isn't real again. No, I mean, to be fair, some of them are real. Just not all of them. Just some of them, you know? Just some of them. All those AS, I know, it makes you hungry, huh? Okay, save. I really like their art. It's like finding out stripper poles spin by themselves. Honestly, that makes so much more sense that stripper poles spin by themselves, though, because like I feel like you'd get like a skin burn, you know. Okay, maybe we don't use the Halloween ones because she's not always like Halloweeny. Do this one, her playing games. Oh my gosh, playing pew pew game. Oh my god, I don't know how I'm doing this and it's scaring me. How am I doing this? That's hababoo. Okay, wait, how many videos do we get for Jules's? 19. Okay, so we need 19. Okay. Landscape. V-highlight. Save. I love, if I'm honest, I think if I were to ever get another model in another style, it would be like this. It would be like this. I love the way their art is. It's cool. I enjoy it. I like the cartooniness of it. And then I'd have BZ rig me all over again, and it would be mega cool. Boop. Open link in new tab. Repo. I scrolled all the way to the bottom. No. I think she did reveal this model of her somewhat recently. So yeah, their model's hella cool. Big info for whenever I sit down to make mine. Yeah. It's really cool. Oh, they have like, okay, they do vary. They don't just use their live 2D model all the time. I love the sparkles. They have sparkles on their Tom. Kind of a TMI question. What's up? What is up? If it was in the last 30 days, check his trash to see if it was deleted. This one. This one. I did a mimic chest one. This one. Close, it's enough. I've had a hard spot in my right pec. It's extremely hard and it moves around. It's out of the size of a quarter. Do you think that's worth checking out? Probably. Oh my god, I'm not following them. Oh my god. Probably. If it's new and it kind of feels off, I would definitely ask a doctor about it, especially if you have health insurance. If you have health insurance, there ain't no reason why you shouldn't be getting yourself checked out and making sure that you are a-okay, you know? Little shrimp. And little shrimp and little... Got a little shrimp. A little shrimp. And we'll get little worm. I'm native, so I have free healthcare. Yeah, then I'd get it checked out personally. I would get it checked out personally, just cause like you never know. It doesn't hurt to be safe and make sure that you're all hunky dory, you know. It was 12. I need 7 more. Do some more art. We can do a bit more. We can do a red one. This one. And this one. It's one of 3 things. 2 are bad, 1 is not fun, but unfortunate, might as well. Yeah, you could have like a muscle cramp. Actually, it's gonna hurt to like fucking massage out, you know? Pixel knows all about the muscles. Because Pixels used to be a football player. So he knows all about the muscles. I think I have that one. I am a wreck when I'm without you. How about this one? Well, it doesn't hurt at all. I thought it was a large zit at first and tried to pop it, but nothing happened. Just bruised my skin. Ow! Ow! Ouchies. Yeah, be careful with those. You could hurt yourself. That would not be good. I love that person's art model too. Whoa. Okay. That's not a top 3. Probably a muscle knot if you're doing hard work every day. I'm a self-taught online digital art and inspiring content creator. I love her things. I love her. I love this. I love this. I drew and rigged my model. Specializing character design. Ooh. Okay, wait. Howdy shrimplet. Not doing any hard work? It could happen because like you're not using that muscle a lot as well. Same. So yeah, are you stretching? Are you stretching? Gotta make sure to stretch. Because sometimes overuse and underuse of muscles can cause things like that. Like to start what your heart in a... Like mine, I have like a pinch that happens in my ribs sometimes, and that's because I don't stretch and I don't sit good. What was the thing? Howdy hey shrimplets. Shake never. You guys are goobers. Shrimplets. What? Both. Shrimplets. Let's round. My last script for videos. Stoof. With all the marketing guys uploaded. Sort of. stuff. I can't type. Oh, my balls. Okay. Yeah, there's no difference, so I guess I'll be checking and crossing out my fingers. Muscle cramp. It might be. It just might be like, because not all muscle cramps hurt. They're just kind of tough. You got womble! Yippee! I love the amount of womble we be seeing. Let's try stuff.
Huh?
Of images. Huh? What? Muscle knots can just be like, if we're talking about muscle cramps, that's all. It's like you can feel like a lump in your skin and where your muscle is, and that's like the tension. Oh, valid. This stunning. I love her teeth. The way that Naomi like draws their teeth is very cool. This stunning self-taught. Stunning self-taught online digital. And content creator is. I was fucking loud. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry. About. Oh, that's more my bad because I don't realize how loud it is. That's not controlled by me. It's controlled by the website, but I can turn that down. I will remember that for tomorrow. Let's see. Hold on, wait. Okay. I just want to see them say their name. I think this is their introduction video. Naomi? Hold on. Oh, I gotta turn it up. Naomi? Just gonna make sure. Naomi Lee. Okay, so I'm right. Okay. This is Naomi Lee. This absolutely cracked artist. As a cracked VTuber created their live 2D model. Yup. Drew and rigged it all in live 2D. All within the trial. All within live 2D's 42-day free trial. Isn't that just crazy? Socializing characters IP. I've been drawing for as long as I can remember, though. Officially following me for 3 years. I'm gonna be a research beginner. Good night, Vex. Also, welcome. Welcome in, Chumshot VT. I like your name. Are you a fish VTuber by chance? I hope you are. Or a shark. I'm seeing a shark. I fucking love sharks. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Good night, Vex. I don't know why you're dead, but remember, we love you. I'm a shark. Yeah, fuck yeah. Oh, look at that little yippee. That's so cute. We were talking about King Shark earlier from DC. I think DC. I don't know. I'm not really a Marvel or DC babe. I'm just a person that likes creatures. featuring the creature. Tee. We have Corners and self-made VTuber. I just said it might be a cyst. Well, yeah, let's you know, who knows? Let's get it checked out by a doctor before we start making any claims, you know? I mean, who knows? I'm all my senses are bad because I can't read. I'm illiterate. Isn't that just crazy? Doctor is always good. Yeah, that's what my maybe it's just a muscle cramp, guys. Maybe it's just a muscle cramp. Let's see, yo. It could just be a muscle cramp. Hey. Commissions before. Oh, I want to get some of their art. Oh, I love this. I love this. Detailed. Wait, do they have a VGen? They have a portfolio? Portfolio. Oh my god, look at all this beautiful art. Okay, I don't want to scroll in too much because then it'll break it for the twibber, the TikTok. I'm stupid. I can't speak. Wait, for this one it needs to be horizontal. I'll forget it. These need to be horizontal. Okay. Oh, god darn it. Hold on, I'll look at chat in 2 seconds. Okay. It's a him. I'm a him. Oh shit, that was all? Oh shit, hold on. Can we click on him? Okay, wait. This wasn't as long as I thought it was gonna be. No! Shit. Brain. Hold on, my brain is braining. It could be yeah, you could have a tiny lemon growing out of you. Okay, I gotta talk about their art. Hello, computer. I think my computer's dying a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. I like their art. I like the pendadeos. I like this. I like it a lot. It's very cool. Okay. It's just crazy. Their art shines in being just as colorful as it is expressive. An art style like Naomi. My girlfriend's yelling at me. Why are they yelling at you? Yelling at you doesn't help anything. This absolutely cracked VTuber created her live 2D. Do they have pronouns? Fuck. I forgot. Do they have pronouns? Fuck. They don't. I don't want to assume. Screams internally. But TikTok. What about YouTube? I don't know. Doing her darndest. Let's go. Okay. Her live 2D model. Yep, drew. This absolutely correct video created her live 2D model. Yep, drew and rigged it all within live 2D's 42-day free trial. They're just crazy. Their art shines in being just as colorful as it is expressive. I sound like Naomi. Is it 3 senses? I feel like it's 2. No, that's okay. I want to do a different one for that. Stop trying to fucking pop it already. I'll smack you if you did, babe. Yeah, well, maybe don't pop it. It'll definitely make it worse. Okay, maybe her yelling at you is a little bit warranted. A little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe not a lot. But just a little. I don't even like girls, but I'm gay is unfortunately a bar. Huh? 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 My valid reaction. I wanted to see if they had a video of them working on their model. I'm gonna take this one. Gimme. The song. Oh, that's valid. Isn't that crazy? Just as art shines and doing it. I mean, would make sense. They get to do art for art full time. Her art so fun to watch. The size character you created her live today. Yep, rigged and drew it all within. Isn't that just crazy? Her art shines and being just as color as it is. I mean, it only makes sense that she is so skilled since she gets to do art full time. I think that's 3. A lot of songs kind of be doing that, you know. Close. Isn't that just crazy? Her art shines. Her art shines in being just as colorful as it is expressive. I think this can count as like a sentence. It only makes sense that she's so skilled since she gets to do her art, right? And now it's in house commission and services. Yeah. Her art shines in being just as colorful as it is expressions. I mean, it only makes sense. Be ready to open your wallets. My wallet, yeah, wasn't so empty. From Naomi. Okay. I was thinking that was Tyler the K, which I would not be surprised. Yeah, it was. I think it might have been. I think. They not only are isn't all that they do though. Also stream, playing games, doing song is a fever dream. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's how Vex feels about it. Doing playing games and doing silly-ish things. And the die. So much more. This is not the song I thought it was. Art isn't all they do though. They also stream. She also streams. else she does though. She also streams playing games, doing silly shenanigans, rolling the die, and so much more. If you're looking for, it's not the ways of art, just a little guy, or hi Daedalus, or two with, what do they stream? Tuesday to Friday, every Tuesday to Friday. New favorite streamer. It's no borders. Don't be afraid. The main stuff is Blue Sky, and Twitch. I was like, bro, what the fuck? This is not, what the fuck, and not the... My fajitas turned out utterly baller. I'm very proud of myself. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Daedalus posted a picture of prepping them in the fridge, I think. But fuck yeah. Dude, how am I in the butt fuck middle of nowhere, Alaska, and I'm sweating my balls off in this room? Who keeps the room at 80 degrees? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yikes. Fan, so don't forget, fan of this amazing artist. So don't forget to drop a follow on her socials and become, what is it called? A shrimplet? What is that in non-freedom units? 80 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. 26 Celsius. 27 if you're rounding up. And become, oh fuck, one of her shrimplets today. Cool. Uncomfy but not hot degrees. It's very, to me that's hot. It's very uncomfortable. Shrimp talented. Nice on there. Have teeth envy. Cause the way normally the daily. Hot fuck. I like 62 at my house, or like 18 degrees. I like 65, I think. Some of your stretch goals on. That's how I am in. Our house doesn't get warmer than over 70 in the winter. In fact, I keep it like, yeah. 60, 65 degrees is my favorite. It's my favorite. Alright, we're done with scripts now. Goodness, my brain hurt. You can't even talk. Scripts, music subtitles. Whoops. Change cover, upload. I prefer to be cold than be hot, because when you're warm, you can only take off so many layers, you know? When you're cold, you can add as many layers as you want. I like eating warm food more than cold food, unless it's ice cream. Okay. This one. Okay. So, do I want to record my scripts? It'd be nice to. It's 8:32. Let me check the enshrined stuff before I record my scripts. It's Alaska in October. At the top of Alaska, it shouldn't be this hot. Maybe it's just your vibes. Maybe your vibes are just too funkin'. I look for the 1 month I get winter. What? You only get 1 month? You only get 1 month? In Colorado, where I'm from, it's already looking to snow. I keep it above the 60s for the kitty. Otherwise, bundle up, motherfuckers. Yep, that's valid. That's valid. Alright, I was gonna check and try stuff. It didn't like bundle up, motherfuckers, for some reason. Gotta check this one. We have 3 images of the dice, and I need the dice more than anything else, and we need 4 more sets of dice. Yes. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna record my scripts. We're already getting overnight snow here. It's funky. Yeah, the reason I like Alaska is because I can drink warm coffee, sit in a car, read in my electric fireplace. Fuck yeah. It's a vibe. It's a vibe, on God. Ew, 80 plus. 80 plus is gross. 80 plus is gross. It's 40. 40 is so cold. 40 is so cold. Oh my goodness. 40 is cold. Okay, I gotta record my scripts. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing like half of the time. But I have a moment of I know what I'm doing. Mama proud, gonna cause a scene. Say your baby girl, she knew she was gonna scream. High of 40, bro. That's cold as fuck, brother. That's cold as fuck. I'd freeze my nuts off if that was me. I'd be so cold. It'd be so cold. I need to do the thing where I make the things go away. BLT this one, and then I gotta go to position, and then I gotta go to recording. There you go. No, 20. Oh my god. My fucking toes would fall off. Negative. Oh my god. Bro, that's cold as fuck. Why would you want to be somewhere so cold? Like, how good is your heater? That's the real question. How good is your heater? Because I would be cold as fuck. Oh, it's because I know why. It's like, why am I turned? Why am I turned? Because I have a thing? There's this thing? God, what have you done? Okay. Let's do the things and the thing of things. Oops. Not that. Not that. Okay. Let that. The coldest my hometown, the record is negative 70. Fun fact, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm sorry. Only 8 more days. Only 8 more days. You told me only 8 more days, right? So only 8 more days until you can leave. Yeah, you'll be pogging. The house is on a smart so we won't drop. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cold as fuck, bro. That's cold as fuck. A little sweater. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me record this thing but keep talking. Keep talking. Keep chatting. Fuck. Now I'm cold. Thinking about like negative degrees makes me cold. Start recording. Okay. This stunning self-taught online digital artist and content creator is Nyomale. This absolutely she created her live 2D model. Yup, drew and rigged it all in live 2D. Nope. She created her live 2D model, drew and rigged it all in live 2D within live 2D's 42-day free trial. Isn't that fucking crazy? Her art, isn't that crazy? Her art shines in being just as colorful as it is expressive. I mean, it only makes sense that she's so skilled since she gets to do her art full time. If my wallet wasn't so empty, I know I'd be jumping on getting an art piece from Naomi. Art isn't all she does though. She also streams playing games. Doing silly shenanigans, rolling the die, and so much more. So if you're looking for someone who is wise in the ways of art, just a little guy, or someone to just vibe with every Tuesday to Friday, then So if you're looking for someone who is wise in the ways of art, just a little guy, or someone to vibe with every Tuesday to Friday, then you may have just found your new favorite streamer. I bet you're already a fan of this amazing artist, so don't forget to drop a follow on her socials and become one of her shrimplets today. Okay, I hope that was okay. Don't forget what's in the microwave. What's in the microwave? Also, hi TikTok. Alright, I gotta make sure I did that right. This is like the longest part of the process, second to editing. Because I gotta make sure I did it right. I own my another page. Video segment. She's a bit when chat where she get. Oh yeah, okay, that's what that is. I do have one of the clips of her doing that. Like, what's in the microwave today? Which one is it? We have one of them. It's this one. Oh, but they don't reveal what's in the microwave though. Teehee. V-highlight. Stop yawning. I'm sorry. I need oxygen to my brain. I'm very ooped and I need the oxygen in my brain hole. I'm sorry. How much you plan on cutting? Me personally, I would go for another clean take. Yeah, I might. It just depends. Yo, Malay. I might. It just depends. I don't have my hoagie on my head. Honestly, I should keep the thing off. Did I stutter a lot? Did you think I stuttered a lot? Fuck it, we'll do it again. Let me just drink some water. My throat hurts. Okay. Alright. This sunning's... You mentioned live 2D one too many times. Okay, hold on, wait. I do wanna... I said live 2D too much because of this. She created... Yeah, maybe I don't have to say. She created her model. Yup, drew and rigged it all within live 2Ds. Oh, okay. This stunning self-taught artist. This stunning self-taught online digital artist and content creator is Neomale. She created her model, drew and rigged it all within Live 2D's 42-day free trial. Isn't that fucking crazy? Her art shines in being just as colorful as it is expressive. It only makes sense as she's so... it only makes sense that she is so skilled since she gets... So many S's. It only makes sense that she is so skilled since she gets... It only makes sense that Neome... it only makes sense that she's so skilled since she gets to do it full time. If my wallet... I didn't move enough. It only makes sense that she is so skilled since she gets to do her art full time. If my wallet wasn't so empty, I know I'd be jumping on getting an art piece from Naomi. Art isn't all she does, though. She also streams playing games. Art isn't all she does, though. She also streams playing games, doing silly shenanigans, and rolling the die with so much more. Art isn't all she does, though. She also streams playing games, doing silly shenanigans, rolling the die, and so much more. So if you're looking for someone who is wise in the ways of art, just a little guy, or someone to vibe with every Tuesday to Friday, then we may have just found your new favorite streamer. I bet you're already a fan of this amazing artist, so don't forget to drop a follow on her socials and become one of her amazing shrimplets. I'm keeping it. I fucked the ending. Throw it through some goblin.tools and ask if you make more conversational. Huzzah, very well, thank you. More conversation. Yeah, the only thing though is I've tried goblin tools. Hi Pocky. Hi Pocky. How's it going? How are you? I'd shove it in goblin school, but goblin tools is just a little bit, in my opinion, a little too lifeless. What the fuck? Why'd the head pad break something? The head pad looked like it broke something. It break something? What's happening? Why did my outfit revert? What's happening? Oh, I know why. It's because of the right click. I forgot I put it on right click. Hold on. It's me fault. There you go. I was so confused. I have to do so much cutting out. You can tweak the spiciness. I just usually use it as a basis, then tweak it for my candidates. That's smart. That's smart. I'm just lazy. I do it once. Kiwi helped me with writing a lot, but Kiwi busy now. Boop, 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 boop. If you have trouble with S's, there's a good tongue twister you could do to warm up. Hot take, I hate when streamers take their break on weekends. Why? I feel like I talk so, like, I'm peeking the mic a little bit. We need breaks too, man. The sixth, oh goodness. I think I might be a little too illiterate for that. The sixth sheep sick works S's and the THs. Oh, the sixth, nope. I think I'm too illiterate. Ah, fat tongue. That's one of my favorites. What does vocal stim in the points thing redeem? It will sound off a random vocal audio that I stim to a lot or like to reference. Like it'll do like a random meme. And if you're the first one to do it, I have to do it manually, so you get 2 for 1. She sells, of course, she sells by the, yeah, okay, but I'm illiterate. I'm illiterate though. And I was to talk a bit slower. I know. Yeah, dude, talking a bit slower would also help. I don't know. Maybe I'm too hyper right now. Maybe that's it. So I have a hard time finding streamers who don't stream while I'm at work or sleeping. So the only time I can is on the weekends. Damn, that's valid. I mean, like, I think it's hard because, like, for a lot of people, like, this is their 9 to 5, you know? This is their 9 to 5. And it's, like, hard. And it's hard for me because I'd stream more, but I'd have to take more breaks, you know? Like, I'd have to, like, I'd probably stream less, but more often, but it's hard because it's a hard exchange, right? Because I'm working while I'm streaming because that's, like, the whole thing I do. So, yeah, I get it. I was starting writing is very visual. That's why I'm a hardcore VOD gang. Fucking bet, bro. I mean, I'll talk to Kiwi about. I don't know what Kiwi's up to because I would like someone to at least, because I like writing my scripts. I do, but I do also like to have someone like, what do you call it? Just review it to make sure it sounds okay. The amount of VOD content from my creators I've consumed is the tens of thousands. Oh, valid. Yeah, I'd rather peer review. Yeah. The only other issue is I do my shit on Monday, and I know some people are busy on Monday. But if like if I just had somebody just put in ChatGPT, no, I don't wanna. I want someone to review it. I want a person to review it. Watch me move VODs to sleep. All my VODs are on YouTube. The only thing is we don't have music, so you'd have to maybe play some music in the background, but if you can give me bones to work with, I love making. Yeah, exactly. Sleep, what is that? Sleep, it's like a reset for your brain. I love sleeping. I think I made the script too long too. Oh, YouTube? Yeah, on. Hold on, let me show do it. Review what though? My scripts for my TikToks. I'm pretty open with my new career. No pressure, of course. Shoot me a ping if Kiwi's unavailable. Fucking bet, bro. Fucking bet. On God. I'll take you up on that. I'm gonna do it. Kiwi's not available next week. Because I don't know what Kiwi's up to. But if Kiwi's not available next week, I'll ask you. Because usually I get them done earlier in the day. But today I had enshrined stuff to do. But usually I get them done earlier in the day. And then at the end of stream is when I record it. But yeah, I have all my VODs here. Or a lot of them. I don't know how long I've been uploading VODs for. What's the first VOD I posted? I'm like 90%. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Bet, Daedalus, bet. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, there wasn't a text from my parents. It's like January 1st. Oh, man. Really? Holy fuck. I'm uploading a lot of VODs. But yeah. I was just messaging and telling me she can work on my comm today. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Winter slows down a lot, but as soon as I buy my commissions, it's already closing in but my commish is already in the closing pipeline, so I'm dying for busy work. I got you, bro. She told me she's gonna work on it until November. I'm gonna cry. It's the best news I've heard today. Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm so glad. I'm just gonna cut that line. Fuck that line. W song in the background. Thank you. Yeah, I like the song. But fuck yeah, Lemon. Fuck yeah, let's go. Fuck yeah. Okay, that works. That works for me. I like it when they end after like 35 seconds. Little Bro is working on a commission piece for my partner and I's LARP characters right now. Very excited. Oh, is it like an art piece or is it like a piece for like an outfit? Is the cutest. She has a bearded. Oh, show me. I want to see. Show it to me. I love bearded dragons. Artwork, yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, if you ever want to show it off, feel free to put it in the fridge. I love seeing the art people get commissioned. It made me happy. Okay, that was good. Beard dragons are peak. They are. I really like them. I would never have one personally because too much of a soft cuddle bug, but I think they're really cool. So guards for accepting commissions. I know it isn't. Yeah, but if you're like, but Star, you're like, you're a goober because you're amazing and you're a very good client. Also, what in the fuck knuckles am I doing? Because, like, I thought I stored all of these ones, but apparently I didn't. Okay. V-stars. Fuck yeah. Let me get the clip in here first. Womp. There's the clip. V-star. I'm a little hungry. I also feel like I've been talking, like, a lot. Like, a lot. And I don't know why. I have been talking a bit more than I normally do on streams. Because it's smart for me to talk more, but it's not her emo damage one of the shirt she said. Damn, fuck. Let's see. Is it right here? I kind of want to do like this part because it shows that they're very self-aware of this joke, and I think it's funny. But it depends on how long it is. Some of the Nightmare Client stuff I've seen on Twitter, though, like, I never wish that. I know, on God. That's why, like, whenever I commission someone, like, on God, this is how I feel with BZ and Ozu. Like, I know I'm giving them more money for my model, but at the same time, I'm like, what if they hate me? What if they're like, I hate this commission and I never want to do it again? Because low-key, my first model, a lot of you haven't seen it at this point. I think most of you are more used to this model. But I had another Live 2D model that I rocked with for a little bit. But the problem is the artist got a little too busy. And so it was hard to have communication between the rigger. And the rigger kind of just gave up. The rigger just kind of gave up on me eventually. And so it just never went anywhere. Like, I didn't finish it. Like, it was like, I was like, oh, okay. But this was the original model. Oh, I gotta move my fucking head. Hold on. This was the model. And I liked it a lot. I did. Especially one of my favorite things was the eyes. I like the eyes a lot. But yeah, they just kind of gave up on me, and I was like, okay, well. And then they like retired. They were like, retired from like being a 3D or a 2D, like a live 2D rigger, and I was like, okay, rip. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My artist papa, Yagulero still does stuff, and they're fucking cracked. But yeah, the OG cat cow, yes, the OG cat cow, the OG live 2D cat cow. Yep. And now I'm me in this form, and I like this form a lot. How long is this? It's 5 seconds? Okay, maybe we don't need this section. I think this is funny as it is. And then I'll just record the next piece. But, yeah. It's you stream every day? I stream every day. I stream every day, Monday through Friday, 2 o'clock p.m. PST until I'm tired. Which means, like, 8-hour streams. Live 2D rigging is not easy. I'm still learning the program, and the curve is harsh. I have messed with it. Yeah, I can only do like very, very like I can do very geometric things, and I can do little guys. Outside of that, nothing else. Thank you for the wellness check. Outside of that, I don't wanna. I can do 7-hour stream is crazy. I think the night. Oh my god, I love this. Oh my god, I love your brother's art style, Daedalus. Oh, I'm in the way. You got Moira. I'm sorry. I'm in the way. I'm sorry. But yeah, last week I think I did a 10-hour stream because I really wanted. Oh, it was Tuesday. Last Tuesday, I wanted to finish Sally Face, and I wasn't gonna get it done if I didn't. Fucking. Not the classes. If I didn't keep streaming, so I just kept streaming for my duties. Oh, that's cool. I like their art style. I really like their art style. The bunny is so cute. The bunny is really cute. I like the bunny. The bunny's so cute. Okay, I gotta do the next one, which means I gotta scroll down. Rip sleep tonight, I suppose. Oh no, did something happen? Or are you talking about me and sleep? Because me and sleep, I'll get my sleep. Like, often my days go like this. I wake up. No. Let's start with streaming. I stream at 2 p.m. I get off. I stream until I get tired. I probably eat dinner. I hang out. I do a little bit more work off stream. I then go to bed, and then I wake up, and I do chores, and then I stream. That's usually my day. Because streaming is when I work. It keeps me accountable. Okay. I want to make sure. Yeah, okay. Attention grabbed. Wait. Attention grabbed. Good. Because that was our ever static yet disgruntled Nepo baby Junk. Thrust from the past, Junk is equipped with not only his explosive hilarity, but also a PC from the 1980s and an Ethernet connection that transcends time and space. Whenever you take a trip to Junkwave City, you'll be nothing but entertained and amused. Wondering what Junkwave City has to offer? Well, in his more than 5 years of building up his city, you can often find him playing card games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or just chatting and cracking jokes with his chat. He has quite the energetic and bombastic personality, so you'll always feel like you're cruising on good vibes when you watch their streams. He has quite the energetic and bombastic personality, so you'll always feel like you're cruising on a good vibe when you're... He has quite the energetic and bombastic personality, so you'll always feel like you're cruising on good vibes when you watch their streams. So be sure to take that trip down to Junkwave City and join the Shade Brigade today. You could even make a pit stop and follow their amazing artists like Ryuji Riku, and Jersey BZ. I think that was okay. We wake up, grab the brush, and make a little makeup. Grab the keys we left on the table. Here we go, hunting other fables. What is that? What is that? That went hard. Oh, this recording reminded me of an assignment I had to do. Oh, what kind of assignment? What kind of assignment? Whoa, I'm Mickey Mouse now. Oh, I'm already in this one. Pog? Let's go. So smart. Okay. Boop. Did I fuck this up already? No, I didn't. Okay, you go up. And then... boop. Gotta record myself talking about the importance of place for selected subject of my choice. I am just a never-ending homework. Ooh, animation across the world is a very good topic. Can't cue it, but I'm bastardizing the intro to Chop City. What do you mean you're bastardizing it, though? I gotta take more breaths when I do shit. Usually, honestly, I feel like my recordings come out better like when I record them in like the morning. But at the same time, it takes me longer because I'm EP. When the moon and the earthquake rumble. Wait. Edit. Redo. File. Save as. I fucked up already because I didn't save this as a separate file. Oops. You want to go full-time streaming one day? I do! Do you think I can do it? Pocky, do you think I could become a full-time streamer? In the morning, it's fresher. On God. Also, like, it's like my throat isn't dead because I've been streaming all day. You know? Like, oh, I've been streaming for a little... like, I just woke up, so my voice is fresh. Fresh. But I can't do it because tomorrow I have to wake up early for therapy. And I don't want to deal with it. And also, tomorrow, our Kickstarter for Enshrined goes live, so... Cold shower, brekkie, a tea, banger vocal energy. A cold shower, bruh. No, thank you. I always take warm showers. I only take warm showers, thank you. I love a warm shower. Let me just scoot it over. I start cold, 5 minutes to clear sinuses, then slowly heat up the water. It feels phenomenal. You're crazy. You're one of those. You'd be one of those like ice bath people. I feel like you do an ice bath. I feel like for the goodness of it. And I won't lie, it probably is good for you. But I'll fucking freeze a titty off, bro. The only time, okay, when like 2 years ago, I talked about GDC earlier, but one time when I was out of town, I love jumping in the shower before getting into the hot tub. That's valid though. That's valid. But like in my own home, I want to be warm always. But I remember one time I went to this Airbnb to go to GDC, which is a game development convention, and then oh, Pocky, thank you. Hold on. I'm gonna screen cap what Pocky says, because Pocky's gonna be a famous like cinematographer someday. He's gonna make a movie and he's gonna be famous. So I have to record this moment in time when he says that I'm gonna do good. I gotta put it on the quoting board. Okay, I'm just gonna put this here. Anywho, I should have hot lava, then turn it down to ice cold. Yeah, I'll start it like hot, and then like if I'm too hot, I'll turn it down. But in the Airbnb I was in for a convention I went to, the power went out because of storms that were happening. And so I had cold water and I really needed to take a shower. And it was on my birthday. It was on my birthday. So I had to take a cold, it was cold ass water. And so the only way I could get myself to be like, this is okay, I'm okay with being this cold and taking a cold shower, was pretending that I was a peasant in like medieval days and being like, I can't afford warm water. I am lucky to afford clean, cold water. It was so cold. It was the only way I could get myself to take a shower, because it's like fucking cold showers are scary. When I was living in Arizona, it was 115 degrees. I couldn't get the shower cold enough. I had it all the way, almost turning off, and it wasn't cold enough. That makes sense because the pipes wouldn't be able to get cool enough. Please, can I have some more warm water, sir? It sucked because the guy that like rented us the Airbnb, like it wasn't his fault that the power went out. And it was just like, he was like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's cool, dude. It was rough. It was like on my birthday. We had no power. It was like fun. It was like, because we were there a few days before my birthday. The first day we had power, and then the second day the power went out, and it was like, I don't know. It's very cold. I have to be careful in winter because with cold pipes, because they freeze. Oh, that's a good point though. Yeah, that's true. You don't want your pipes to burst. I had to re-listen to this. I have to run hot water to the furthest tab, so occasionally to keep. I'm just gonna listen to this really quick. But yeah, we have to do that here too in Oregon. Oh, that was like an ugly face. Okay, I think I have to keep the length of it. That's okay. I don't think 44 seconds is too bad. I think the sweet spot for social media videos is 38 to 40 some, but I think it's okay. We have to do that as well. Yeah, it be getting so cold. It be getting so cold. I'd save. I've recorded 2 videos. And now we'll do Did You Know and then roll for fun. Less than 90 seconds for short form. Yeah, less than 90 seconds for short form, but there is like a sweet spot between 30 and 40 seconds that all social media platforms really like for some reason. I learned that from Vomit Bug VT, I think, from her social media or their social media. My bad if I did that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Here, let me check. I can check it. Hold on. Grub. I think it's Vomit Grub. I think it's this one. Yeah. I don't know why I'm not following them. I don't know if they have it on like just a thing. I don't remember. Jerky was fed by creators like the VTuber. Fishing. Agency. Yeah, I don't know when I heard it, but I know that they said it, and I don't want to look for it. I'm too lazy. But yeah, it's like somewhere in between there. Okay, Did You Know time? That's what I'm dressed for. Okay. That a man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self-portraits as an experiment. I don't think I'm staring at the camera. Oh, and right now I recently picked up and got hooked on. Fuck yeah, that's actually the last video we're doing is on Clover Pit. Do you like it? What's your favorite part about it? Oh, big breath. Okay. That a man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self-portraits as an experiment? While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Sanders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Sanders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad... Clover Pit is like Gamba game, a roguelike Gamba game. It's pretty cool. While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Sanders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-affecting drugs. I'm just gonna restart that recording. Fuck. The ARG games always catches me off guard. Wait, I should do it this way. That a man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self-portraits as an experiment? While ending up with severe brain damage, Brian Lewis Sanders in 2017 created a once-in-a-lifetime series on the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. This series, Under the Influence, contains over 90 self-portraits, each drawn vastly different due to the levels of varying substances within a system, which range from special brownies to white powder that you might be able to find in GTA 5. But this isn't the only art that Brian has... This isn't the only art that Brian has done. Since 1995, he's been creating self-portraits of himself every day and hasn't stopped for a single day. But this isn't the only art that Brian has done. Since 1995, he's been creating self-portraits of himself every day and hasn't missed a single one. You can check out his website to see all the works that he's created and the evolution of his creative mind. So if you're out there looking for your next bump of inspiration, maybe don't take it from drugs, but instead look at life itself. Like Oscar Wilde said, art imitates life. Not bad. Is it a game? Yeah. Like Balatro and Lethal Company had a horror themed slots, baby. Yeah, that's what they said, actually. Fantastic take. Thank you. I literally just looked at it. It says Clover Pit is a demonic love child of Balatro and Buckshot Roulette, a roguelite that traps players in the hell of their own creation. And all you do is you play slots. And you get charms that make it so you have better luck. And you just keep playing it. And you have to earn money or else you die. Actually, we'll talk about it in like 2 seconds. I'll talk about it in 2 seconds. Fantastic take. Thank you. That was Did You Know? And what number are we on for Did You Know? You play slots and collect charms to build sets that rig it in a very satisfying way. This is 20. Project A or 20. My brain, it's functioning. I'm so hungry right now. Did you know? But I'll get some food later. I'm probably not hungry. I'm probably just thirsty. I think I'm just thirsty, actually. I have water, though. Just give me 2 seconds to drink my water. Give me 2 seconds to drink my water. Okay, hold on. You go bye-bye. You like that. Okay. Oops. I got a deadline up to... Whoa. Only lost because I pulled us... Ah, shit. I'm getting old. Don't know any games nowadays. That's okay. With how many games come out, like, daily, it's honestly fair. Like, if you're not caught up with, like, the latest games coming out, fair. There's so many games with so many different types of quality that come out every single day on PC alone. Not to mention, like, mobile and, like, console. Well, maybe not so much console, but mobile and PC. I'm waiting for Witchbrook. Understandable. Oh, shit. Boop, 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 boop. The indie game renaissance is in full swing. I know, and I'm so happy. It's been 8 years. What? That's a long time. I bought an indie game I like called Haste. Didn't play 2 hours. It's nice though. Hey, I mean, listen, every game bought to an indie company means more than the world to them, so. Boop, 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 boop. Then I have a jump because my brain was processing how to better say that sentence, and then I suddenly said it. Boop. Every dollar is a dollar for the creative industry. It's true. It's true. Aw, I like the way my VTuber looked up in that moment. That's kind of cute. To be someone you don't know. Be with you in paradise. What I wouldn't sacrifice. But you have to chase the light. Somewhere I can't go. It's like jump and run, but like open world kind of. I don't know how to explain it. That's okay. You don't have to explain it. We'll look it up. It's a recent one from Landfall. Could be. Could be. Haste on Steam. Yeah, it looks like it is by Landfall. Oh, I like the character in it. The characters. I think I saw development for this game on TikTok, actually. Ooh, I like the art style. Art style very much reminiscent of Hades, but like more soft angles. This is cool. The UI is a little okay, but I think it looks cool. They were working on this after tabs during the peak devo. Huh. Is there other game? Plan to play the demo. Play the demo. Yeah, no, I feel that. I did that with quite a few games as well, where I just play the demo more than I play the rest of it. They have a new game that has like the peak characters where you play it on like what the forklifts. They're doing a forklift co-op game. Landfall, the forklift one. They're all about janky one-hit wonders. They are a little bit, yeah. To be fair. And that's not a bad thing, but it also kind of very interesting way of doing stuff. Oh, right, Balatro one. Not Balatro one. My brain is dead. Boop. Boop. That works for me. All right, we're going to talk about Clover Pit. Let's go. I try to read these ones slower. But okay. Clover Pit is the demonic love child of Balatro and Buckshot Roulette, a roguelite that traps players in a hell of their own creation. Locked in a rusty cell with a slot machine and an ATM, you must pay off your debt at the end. Locked in a rusty cell with a slot machine and an ATM, you must pay off your debt at the end of each round or fall to ruin, literally. Manipulate the slots to earn extra coins. Turn the odds in your favor with various prizes and charms that trigger big combos, snowballing into a dazzling lucky run. Bend the rules, break the games, and pay off your captor long enough to earn a shot at freedom. Don't fret, it isn't real gambling because Clover Pit is a roguelite horror game and not a slot machine simulator. The slot machine is designed to be broken and ultimately overcome and will never ask you for real money. Released to Steam in late September, I've been seeing this game all over my feed and over on Twitch. So if you need a little more RNG in your life with the R standing for risk, then definitely check out Clover Pit. Oh, you son of a bitch. OBS is crashing, which means it didn't record the whole thing. I'm gonna fucking crash out. It always does this to one video, and it's always the video that I'm like, hey, that wasn't a bad take. That was actually a really good take. And then it fucking crashes on me. I click stop recording, and then it freezes. And my mic doesn't want to stay up because I keep fiddling with it, and so it's like a little bit loose in weird places. And I'm gonna can we clip it? I could do that. Oh my god, I could do that. Oh my god, I could do that. Oh my god, yeah, we could do that. Holy shit, I never thought about that. That's so big brain. Holy shit, yeah. Hold on. Oh, only issue, the VTuber part of it. The VTuber model wouldn't work with it. That's the only issue. Is I need the VTuber model to go with it. God damn it. So if it was just audio, the music doesn't go to the VOD. So that's okay. But the VTuber, I need the VTuber model to move with the words. The VTuber doesn't move with the words. I get pissed off. Because you can see the desync. God dang it. That's a big brain though. If I needed something just for audio, which sometimes I do, damn, that's smart. That's smart as fuck. Adobe, you can easily mask your model out. I don't have Adobe things though. I killed Adobe things on my computer, except for Substance Painter, because I need Substance Painter, because Substance Painter is the only thing that does Substance Painter like Substance Painter. But valid. Alright, let's see how much it kept and how much. Because if it just, sometimes it only takes out the last second of it. Okay, it's the very end that it didn't save. So not the worst. I use it for school, so I get it for free. That's how it was when I went to school. I got it for free when I went to school, but they took my license away, so now I can't have it anymore. released to Steam in late September. I've been seeing this game all over my feed and on Twitch. So if you need a little more RNG in your life with the R standing for risk, then definitely check out Clover Pit. I think that was good. If you want a dedicated audio video recorder, then Reaper, but it has a hefty learning curve. Yeah, the problem for me is I'm lazy and I want video and audio. And the way I record in OBS over here, you see this black screen over here behind me? It captures a transparent MOV file. So I don't have to fucking green screen my VTuber. World of Dogs is something I'm following on Instagram. He makes games by himself, working on it years. Looks very interesting. Ooh, let me check him out. Smart as fuck. I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy because I found out you can do, because like there had to be a way, because you can green screen it. World of Dogs, high velocity FPS in a city, paid to bleed and built to fall. God is laughing. Yo, this sounds sick as fuck. I want to try this game. When's it? Ooh, 2026? Ooh, interesting. Like Audacity can use a plugin that will rip audio different from MP. Yeah. Audacity. I use Audacity if I'm strictly going to do audio because I think it sounds better as well. Like it's just more rich. But when I have to do video and audio, I tend to do it this way. I could, and I did it once because my audio was being bunk on OBS. I did record audio through Audacity and then record video through OBS and resynced it. But I'm lazy and I don't want to do that because that's a lot of work. Teehee. No, but I can tear it apart then splice it back into DaVinci. That's cool. I'm just lazy with long form content, honestly. I'm lazy. I want a one and done software. I need to put that up. I also need to unlink this because these seconds I am not on screen. Oh, wait. Poopy dingus paw. Boop. It's the wrong audio thing. Link clips, okay. Not lazy, just smart. It's a 50-50. I feel like I sacrifice a little bit of audio quality because I don't want to use Audacity. I'm an audiophile and a perfectionist. No, that's a mood. I think, if I'm honest, if I was a content creator full time, I would do audio. Like, I would do the whole shebang of, like, you know, audio through Audacity and recording just through OBS. But since it's not, I can only do so much. Wait, did I say this right? Mood. That's a mood and a half, Daedalus. I'm a little boo-boo baby brain. I will only learn things to the base requirement. Oh my god. I said don't a lot. Boop. Boop. It's like me in Live 2D. I only learn what I need. And that's it. I still cannot see. The restriction is permanent until proven. Thank you for the wellness check. And then I think over here. Oh wait, I have to lock it. I forgot because it's not. There you go. God, no more points left. Oh no, it's okay. DaVinci has an autosave system, which is really nice. It's just OBS. Just OBS that, like, when it crashes, it dicks me and then I cry. Okay. Last video of the day, and then I can go back to enshrined work. Oh, wearing nothing but your perfume. I think it's 41 we're on. Yeah, I'm thinking adobo. Adobo spooky. 42. Okay. What happened? Please come on over and ruin my life. It's only alright. One more video, and I gotta transform. I must transform. Said you can tie me down, you can tie me up. I must transform. Hasha. Hello. Oh fuck! I have to I forgot to throw this hat away. Boop. Boop. Okay. Hello. I'm just a little guy. I'm a squishy little guy. That's what I am, indeed. Okay. To be honest, this week I've been pretty stressed out, and it makes me feel like this little guy who's just sitting and vibing outside, just taking a breath, maybe screaming internally. Regardless of any stress, though, he is a good reminder to take a seat, a breath, and exhale your worries so you can give yourself a bit of space to keep your head held up high. Just like this adorable little border collie named Vanilla, who is here to cheer you up with her absolutely adorable smile. Look at how wide she grins. She just wants to make you happy. But you may be wondering, what does this little guy have to stress about? Well, let me tell you something. I've been working with Editin Studios on releasing our 5e expansion over on Kickstarter for over a year. And it's finally live. With tons of new ecosystem, crafting system, and lore into a world that even the gods are bound to. Check it out today. A little ad read at the end for the project that I'm working on. Teehee. Oh my god, the squash and stretch in the mall. I know! Squishmallow coated, yes. I tried to do that with BLT, which I'll have to bring him out because I don't think he's very similar, but he kind of gets the vibe. I think I'd have to bring him out this way. I think. Boop, boop. Where are you? BLT select. He is also meant to wiggle the way I wiggle, just not as extreme because he's got hats and stuff. But I try to make BLT also wiggle the way that I wiggle. Except he's tracked to mouse and I'm tracked to head. But yeah. I'll stay in this mode a little bit. For a little bit. BLT, come here. Alright, gotta go over here. You're a whole stylist, yeah. I can be cool. I could be a little silly. I could be a little sad. I could be a little angry. I could be a little shy. Yeah, the stylus moves with my mouse. And then I have a controller, but this one doesn't really do much. My feet also move with my mouse. If you see my feet, I can wee-hee-hee. I can wee-hee-hee. And then here, wait, let me be bigger. That might have been hard to see. Hold on. My feet, they can move. They wiggle a little bit. My feet wiggle a little bit. Just a little bit. Go with my mouse. And then I also sit on a keyboard and move my mouse the same way. It's too cute. I do like this model a lot. My main model and this model are my favorite models. But yeah, I can wave. I can wave independently with each hand. Hello. Hello. I can be bald. No ears. No ears. I'm an egg. Thank you for the boop. I also have glasses. I can be a smart guy. I'm gonna be a smart little guy. Guys think I look kind of smart? I think I'm pretty smart. Nar! Nar! Not the end. Nar. But I think that's all I can do. Yeah, mostly. Mostly, I think that's most of it. When you said you could be bald as a midget, I thought you would lose all your fur. That'd be fucking crazy. I'd love that. And I'm just like, if I could have a toggle on one of my models, especially this one, to suddenly become this, to like lose all my fur and then look like this, but like skin, I'd love it. I have 2 of these now. I don't know why, but I'm very obsessed with looking like this. My VTuber PNG when I hang out with people is this one. Being with a bald spot would be hilarious. That would be pretty good. Instead of having my little hokey, just a little bald spot, that would be pretty funny. But yeah, that's the I don't know why. I just really like I really like being kind of a gross little baby. I don't know why. It's just a thing that I like, I guess. Maybe it's because I'm a little kooky crazy. Who knows? The puffy-eyed fetus. It's just a vibe, man. It's a vibe, and I love it. And maybe it's because of my like maternal instincts that I'm just like I'm in love with it. I just always want to be a weird little guy. Maybe it's just like also like that's just how I be, a weird little dude. Forever and always. Oops. Pure aura farming. Fuck yeah. Like, if you're not an ugly little baby, how you gonna get all the whamming? This one scoots over here. And then this goes over here. My braid. My braid. Let's go here. Let's cut it into here. Woo. Woo. Whoa. Whoa. I did it. I did all my recordings. Whew. Okay. Call me beat, because I'm tired. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sorry. I was trying to think if I could do like a call me beat, because I'm red, but like I'm not blushing. Call. Oh, no, I was like thinking of like music beat, but that also doesn't work. Call me beat, because I'm my meat. Call me. I make it. Dude, that's my stream title tomorrow. That's gonna be my stream title tomorrow. That's gonna be my stream title tomorrow. On God, that's amazing. Call me. I'm stealing it. I'm honored. That's so good. I don't know how you're supposed to title Twitch streams, so I just do whatever's funny, and I think that was really funny. Okay, we did it! We did it! We did all our recording for today. Very proud, very proud. Okay, save. Close. Puns. Always puns. I try puns, but sometimes I'm too tired to think of a pun. Ah, flashbang. Good lord. Good lord. Oh, it's so bright. My eyeballs. Okay, time to work on this now. Copy image. Call me Etriu cause I'm beat. I don't know what that meme is. That one eludes me. That meme eludes me. What does this mean? If you get that one, you had a sad childhood. Damn. Okay. Let's go. I was a happy kiddo. I want to do like, I think hardcover collector's book. I think I want it to be centered like this. What's up?
I noticed that the angle of the book was the wrong angle. Oh no.
Wrong angle?
If you switch to the one you just had there a second ago.
This one?
The non-premium one.
This one?
No.
Oh, the single one?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
I'm just about to re-export it is all. Because I just noticed that I was using two different, but because I thought that they were... Are you using the single non-premium book anywhere?
I think... Let me... Hold on. I have to reopen all my files. Where is it? Is it in here? It's this one. That one is... It's the hardcover collector's book. That one just got replaced with the new one. It's this one. For the, on this one, it'll be the physical book. No, it's reward tiers. It's this one, physical book, and then hardcover copy. So it'll be this one.
Oh, actually, that might be the right one then. Does that look like the same angle as the one I just sent you?
Does it matter?
Yeah. Okay. Close enough. I thought I sent you a different one of this where the book was like leaning back a bit.
You did, but I took this one. But this one is like, it's slightly different angle, but it's similar.
Okay. Yeah, as long as it's close enough, because I was like, it'd be weird if they were just...
When are they getting me my dice images?
Probably never.
What do you mean? How am I supposed to represent all the dice babies? There's only 3 of them. Where are my dice? I hear a pixel. You want to say hi to chat? We do this.
Hi, chat.
We do this with interviews with more than 2 cameras. Clap at the start and audio synced if it doesn't. Yeah.
That's 5 out of 7.
That's 5 out of 7? Fuck me, brother. God damn it. Call me beat because I'm my meat. Daedalus said that earlier because I was trying to. It's so good, dude. It gives me the same vibe of like I'm piggy dipping.
Yeah.
I'm piggy dipping.
Yes.
I'm piggy dipping, bro. I'm piggy dipping. But yeah, I would if I'm recording in like OBS and Audacity, I'll clap so that way I can sync the audio. But that's more work than I want to do.
Must raise hands.
Aw, shit. I don't know which dice is which. Do you know which dice is which?
Honestly, the pictures are so bad I can't tell.
Piggy beating in the meat pond. Ew.
We'd have to ask already. I know. Honestly, the pictures are so bad that I don't know.
Well, we gotta know this one. This one's Olduthin. It's blue. It's the only like light blue one. This one, I think it. No.
I think that one's Guild Wall. This one's Guild Wall.
Oh, okay. This one's Guild Wall one. Okay, hold on. Tentacles. You mean this thing?
Yeah, tentacles.
Tentacles. Tentacles.
Those actually came out pretty decent.
God damn it. There was an update with this where you can't alt tab to another screen. It just stays there. Pisses me off. Wait, is that a settings thing actually?
Is this third party out?
This is image glass.
Oh, I haven't. I used it for a bit, but then they were like giant update, and I was like, can't be bothered. Great question. Wait, there was something. Oh, that's during a slideshow. Okay.
Image. Use Windows Explorer to sort if possible. Loop back to first image. Display image. Son of a. It's whatever. It doesn't matter right now. Okay, so this one is Guild Wallen. Where's the big Mercer? What, you want it? Hold on. It's not gonna be that big though. I don't think it'll be that big with this one. Oh, see, it's tiny. Hold on. Can I make it normal? Will you be normal? No?
The cursor's cursing the cursor.
I made it into a crayon and I don't know how to fix it. I forgot. I have a toggle for it and I forgot. Pretty average size. You asking me? Let's go. Wait, how do I turn it off? Is it not this? I don't remember anymore. Oh, I think it's because I'm on the wrong model that I can't change it. But you get a tiny blue crayon. Alright. Alright. About this one.
I don't know, dude.
What about this one?
Like,
This one looks like Tsunami.
that one might actually be Tsunami.
Why are they all blurred? He did give me a little bit, baby. Give me a baby bit of
He
baby.
gave you the original 3 that were there.
1251. What is this one? 1270. Yeah, it is Tsunami. TSUNOMY. In fact, quite. Censored dice picks. No, they're not censored. You can see them. 1251. This one is Kib. This one is Kib. Oh, because it has like flames in it. So what are these dice supposed to look like? If not this?
So basically, he didn't use enough light, so we can't see the transparency very well.
Okay.
It's honestly like the main problem, more than anything.
So this one should be all dual thin, yeah?
I think that one is. That's the only blue thing that I can pick.
Dual thin. And then...
Is that the Hmong one that he said? 72? Yeah, it's the Hmong one.
Oh, okay, this is Hmong. Okay, then I'm just waiting for... I got this. Onal and Nagla.
Damn, nailed it first try.
Yeah. I'm trying. I don't know why, but I just want to remember all of them because I keep forgetting like one of them.
Yeah, no, that's
I'll forget like one of them.
That's fair.
How old are you guys, by the way? I'm 25. I was at 24. Pixels is old.
Damn.
No,
fuck
you're 27.
Yeah.
27, 2 years older. I just thought of a new bit reviewing subs dice pick. Bro, that would be so good. Oh my god! Imagine you can post in r/maincoow your dice picks and I review them on stream. That'd be so cool. And if I was big enough that like I actually made these dice, and then I could be like, well, go commission them for dice. That would be so cool. Me and Pixels are twinsies. I'm 25 too. Let's go 25Zs. Old. Daedalus is old.
Shut the fuck up.
Old. I'm kidding. You're not 30, so it's okay.
You fucking thought Ryan was 29.
No, I didn't think. I memed it. I knew he wasn't. What do you mean? Did you not see the conversation?
Sure.
Did you not see the conversation, you asshole?
I knew you were muting him, but on the other hand, you have no idea how old he is.
No, I knew he would at least be in his 30s. 27 as of... Oh my god! Wait, when's your birthday, Daedalus? 1999, gang? I'm 2000s, gang. Chat's hot dice picks live on twitch.tv/maincoow. That's what I'm saying. Hot dice. Sexy dice. I can start adding these in here now. 11th. Okay.
Bro.
Okay. What?
That's just very close.
Yeah. I mean, that's how me and... Oh, you're a December baby. Aries baby. I'm older than all of you. Rude. Rude. How could you? How could you do this, Star? Nope, not saying that one. I don't wanna. You can't make me. Oh my god. Okay. I'm so...
1,000 notebooks, they can make someone.
What? For 1,000 milk books, they can what?
They can make someone say it.
Say what? What's happening? For 1,000 milk bucks. For fake money, they can make you say anything that they want. What are you talking about, man?
You forget that you have a TTS pen.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
No.
A 12-year-old saying "Zaddy" doesn't sound the BLT. This little guy that's like with the red head, the Teletubby baby. He's my TTS bot. And you can make him say whatever you want for like a couple buckaroonies. Not really, but yeah. I was like, what? I thought you meant like one of us. I'm like, damn, we be cheap as fuck.
For 1,000 fake dollars.
For 1,000 fake dollars.
Anything you want for 1,000 bucks. Real bucks.
So you would say, uwu senpai, nuzzle wuzzles, uwu what's this? For $1,000?
Yeah. Pay for my new computer, 100%. If there's a bidding war, I'd obviously, like up the price, but that's like 2 months rent right now, okay? Like,
Fair.
there are things I'm prideful about, and saying something for $1,000 that cannot be used against me in any meaningful way.
Not any meaningful way, bro. No, that would become my new sub alert.
Fucking, that's great.
So just a deep voice man going, "Oh, what is this, senpai?" That'd be great. 10 out of 10. It would break all my other sounds,
It's
but
not used against me though.
it kind of is.
Not really. Like,
Because
used against me like in a court of law.
Oh. Me and Pixel's about to share a birthday party at Charles Entertainment. Charles Entertainment. Charles Entertainment. I fucking love that. Not Chuck E. Cheese no more. It's high class. You're going to Charles's Entertainment. They even have pizza.
They even have pizza at Charles's.
I know, Charles's is so good. Oh my god.
Tool work.
It's just the one. If you select it, and then if you shift select, it like grows
Fancy.
the color.
So fancy.
I'm gonna rip someone's dick off because I have to fucking clean these up though by hand. Good enough. Oh no, I'm a simp. What's going on with these dice? I'm clipping them out so I can put them on our Kickstarter. You can get a bunch of fancy stuff. Our D&D 5e expansion. Yippee! Like, I feel like they should be more crispy than this, the images.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, part of it is definitely like they did some post-processing to clean up stuff. But
Clean what?
the surface imperfections. But on the other hand, they weren't very good pictures.
Why didn't Artie take the pictures?
Because we already had planned on this person taking the pictures because all the stuff that was manufactured was already on that side of the world, and Artie doesn't have a photo setup. So it made sense for him to just send them where the rest of the stuff was.
All he needs is like a white piece of paper and a light bulb
And a camera.
and a cell
He
phone.
doesn't have a good enough cell phone to take decent face pictures.
God damn it. Expense it. Expense it. Work expense, man. Ask Papa Muffin. Papa Muffin, please buy your boy a better cell phone. Can't see if I'm doing enough.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
What would you like?
I'm starving, actually. I'm sorry for Affinity not to crash on me! I'm okay. I'm just going to be honest, 90% I have no clue what's going on, but I'm still enjoying it here. I just be guessing what's going to happen next. That's how it is here. That's how it is for everybody here. So it's okay. Yes. Oh my god, I'm so upset. I made no mistakes. We just vibing. We all doing our own little things. It didn't even save any of the cropping that I did.
Well,
What are you doing? I don't know.
Just fiddling with my pants.
Do you have anything you want to eat?
Honestly, I'm just gonna eat noodles.
Do we have enough noodles for both of us?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll eat noodles. I'll have some buttered noodles. What do I do? Oh, I know what I do. I remember the Chinese TikToks that I've watched, and I remember how to do this better. Are they all in the same place? Probably not. They wouldn't be that smart. Okay. Okay, wait, no. I use Chinese TikTok. No, it's not this one. No, it's not that one either. We do levels. Okay. We're gonna, yeah, and then I think
This kinda looks better.
it does, doesn't it? Okay, well, I'll duplicate this just in case. Okay, rasterize, and then give. Please! Sorry for the voice crack, guys. My bad. Call me Noodles because I'm buttered. I don't know why that's so funny, but it is. Call me Noodle because I'm buttered up, chat. I think I'm going insane. Earlier today, I had a meeting with the enshrined art team, and they're like, one of them was like, you know, we're just all crazy people that just like being with other crazy people. And like that, and I'm like, I'm not that crazy. I don't think I'm like that cuckoo crazy, but now I just said call me Noodles because I'm buttered, so guess I gotta take it back now, huh? Thank God these are geometric, hard-edged. I don't know anymore. It deleted that. Fuck. When did it do that? No. Oh, I see. Could I do? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me take this a step further because I think I have to do other things. Contrast. I don't think I needed to do it on the, but I should do this on the contrast. No, go on here. Go away. This one. This one. And let's do another levels. Nope, not this one. Not that one either. I think it's at a level where it's like, it's gonna be as good as it gets. Rasterize. I'm just trying to make it easier for me to clip this shit out. We need like 5, I think, for this. If in the night to come and grab you, pop inside you and consume you. I can't believe I have to do this when this was someone else's job. No, they're not like, it's not like cut straight and it's gonna make me mad. It's fine. We don't need close-ups of these dice, Elaine. Just get her done. It's gonna piss me off though. We literally asked as well for the person that took the pictures of these dice to take a picture of it on a green screen so we could green screen them out. And they didn't do it. They didn't do it. Release me from this guy's woman. Oh no, it's gonna make me scream. Oh my god, please. Smart select and scrub. Scrub? What does scrub mean? Also because I'm trying to make these edges crispy. Trying to make the edges crispy. Cause like you see if I do this, it kind of makes like a very like jagged edge. And I at least want to wait, hold on, wait. What's this one? It's like a paint one. Interesting. I just try to do it like this, I guess. Why isn't it doing it? No. Types of smart selecting to a new layer, then fading the background layer till you have a good edge. I don't know. I saw it. That's what I was trying to do. Hold on. Hold on. I'll try it one more time. I think you could be right, my friend. The problem is like the whites are so close to the other whites. Okay, hold on. Smart selecting to a new layer, then fading the background layer until you wait, no, I needed this one still. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying it again. Okay. Let's use curves, maybe? Color balance. Thank you for the save check. Save as dice hell. Okay. Let's be like this. No, I don't think that was the one. Split toning? What does this do? I don't think that did anything. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay. That's what that does. Shadows and highlights. Oh. That's very interesting what it deems as shadows. I'd keep that. And then, oops. What does it look like with this? Kind of like that, actually. And then white balance, maybe? Nope, not that. Go back to levels. Let's go do... Interesting. It's just like the shadows below it, though, is like it's hard to like separate those because I feel like this is helping a lot. But it's like just not, it's not enough for here. Master red, blue, alpha. Blue. Because I think once I figure out this one, add a new color target for the shadow. Let's do one. Oh, it's like so the colors are too close here. Yeah. Let's try curves. Curves usually gives you more of curves. Like a little bit more of that distinction, I think. The monster. curves are more appealing. Yep. Mm-hmm. Vibrance. I think that's pretty separated actually now. It's like kind of close. Let's do a contrast. Contrast. Okay, what about now? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, this is like, how did my tolerance get up to 13? Let's do like 2. Okay, I'll look up a tutorial. Fine. Affinity designer. Remove background. Delete a background from an image in Affinity Designer. Okay. Okay, that was really good. That's a really good result. So the bottom corner, like down here. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to remove the background. Because, yeah. Alas, it is bedtime. Thank you for the good laughs. You got this, Pookie. Thank you, Daedalus. Sleep well. I think it needs a mask. Yeah, I could probably start with a mask, but I want to see if there's any other ways to do it. Okay. I don't want. Fucking damn it. Okay, fine. Okay, and then fucking refine. I don't want it. I don't want it. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, wait, I should have finished this. Okay, so I gotta click foreground and then I gotta do this. Ah, that makes more sense. Oh, okay. Wait, no, go back. Whoa, what the fuck? Ramp, border width, matte edges, foreground 50 selection. Okay. Wait. The problem with this is like, okay. I think we understand. And then we go background. Okay, and then foreground. And then we keep just painting it out. gonna take me dick, ass, and balls to do because someone else should do this. I think the other ones will be a lot easier, to be fair. I think I chose the hardest one to start with. Can you not? Can you not? Okay. Okay, computer. I don't know if you guys can see that. You guys can't see that. Okay, cool. I don't know why it's doing that, but I guess it's decided to go all willy wonky on me. I think that's okay. It troubles me a little bit for my graphics card, but you know, maybe it'll be okay. Okay. Background. Making sure we're getting all the parts. I really don't like that I can't shift to make a straight edge, but it's okay. I think I need to just clean up everything on the background. Oops. I'll fix that in 2 seconds. Whoopsies. Please. Well, this sucks. This low-key sucks. This feels not very stream-worthy, I'm gonna be honest. There's some things, in my opinion, that are very mundane. Like clipping dice out of an image. That, you know, I just feel are not that very entertaining for stream. But I at least... Oh, you son of a stinky. Son of a stinky. But I'm at least gonna hang out for a little bit longer, because it's like... Lasso tool? That's what I'm thinking, but they don't have the one where you can like snap it to have straight edges. It's nothing. I'm just sad. I'm a sucker for glitches video. More glitches the better. That's valid. Look at what my thing does when I get too close. Isn't this cool?
The fuck?
Isn't this cool?
That's an interesting feature you got there.
I know, it's so cool. Pocky likes it, so that's a good thing, you know? How's it doing that? I don't know if I want to know, because I'm very afraid that it's like something wrong with my graphics card that I can't afford to fix. Screenshot this and send me a screenshot. Okay, hold on. Very unique glitch. Okay, I got you. Let me move this stuff. I'll put it in the fridge. I'll put it in the fridge just for you. Just for you, Pocky. You use this to edit for a film? Nah, it's just gonna go on a promotional picture. It's just gonna go on these. So you see where these dice go? That's what I want. But I want them to look nice because I hope that people would buy them. But if they don't look good, people won't buy them. Affinity crashed. My Affinity just crashed. Hi, wife. Yes, wife is still gone. Wife got a lot of work to do. My Affinity just crashed and I don't know how to feel about it. Have a good Pocky. Have fun. Crashed again. Yup. It's okay though. I'm not that heartbroken about it. Okay. I'm glitch master. And duplicate. Rasterize. Turn off. Oh, select invert pixel selection. There. Do it this way. Do I have like the so tool affinity designer? I forgot what it's called. It's the one that makes straight lines. Freehand selection. Oh, there it is. It's polygonal. There we go. Wait, what is this one? Whoa! Whoa! This is cool as fuck. Yo, wait, that's cool as fuck. Wait, what? Okay, for some reason, it doesn't want to go on the edge. But it's, like, kind of going on it. Yo, that's sick. Yo, this is cool as fuck. Yo, that was kind of cool, though. I don't know how I did that. That was cool. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Okay, could I do it again? But better. No, 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 no. It's losing it. It's losing it, chat. Maybe no anti-aliasing would help? Oh, shit. No. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna do it this way. I think it just would have been faster to do it this way anyway. Wonder if it's all for you. Boop. And tell me when it's time to. Minute I'm crashing out, win or lose. It's like you. Far more shocking than anything ever knew. Oh, you. More reasons why I need somebody new. Like you. All more shocking than anything new. Ugh. Beep. Ew. Stupid. There you go. Chat, my dick's so soft doing this. Eat more of my noodles. Then just die. Just, you know, you ever do something, and you know you gotta do it, but it just, you know, it just makes your soul kind of soft in a sad way. Because you're like, and the person I was working with just did what I asked him to. I don't have to do this. You know? Normally, you need like CRTV, connect everything analog, and tweak the cables, and then record the screen again with your camera. But I do everything digital and Editin Pro to look like analog glitch because I don't have nothing better to do. Hey, that's a skill and a half, brother. Let me tell you what. I can only use pre-processed filters because I can't be asked to do that. Hello, Lucasio. That's not how our song requests work here, but if you have 500 channel points, you can request the song through our Twitch redeems. But I'm happy to give you one for free if you ask nicely. What you do? Shout it. You gotta ask nicely. We're all about being nice here at the Milk Club. I've been spending all my points on plushies. Yup, the little milk beans. But I can give one for free. I don't mind. You just gotta ask nicely. That's all I ask, is that you would say please. You don't even have to say thank you, just please. There we go. Not bad, not bad. I'm kind of down today. Sorry, I can barely in my native language. Alright. Alright. That works for me. Works enough for me. But if this is a bad worst song to get banned, I'll keep for now. I got you. No, it's okay. I got you. Playing it right now. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing, friend. I just like meme and chat a little bit. Nope. The vibes of the song remind me of Sally Face. It's cool. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. There we go. I'll do this one dice, and then I think I'll just zone out and do this for all 7 fucking dice that I have to do this for. I might do the other tiddly bits first. Because I need to do... Because I can start doing the book ones. Because not as many need dice as the needed the premium book, so... I'll just work on those next, actually. So I can get those done. I find it very interesting that some of these edges are just slightly bowed. I wonder if that is on purpose or if that's just because of the editing. This might be the longest part of this process. Oh my god. Oh my god. Boop. 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 Okay. Swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop, swoop. I'm a little bit sharp right there. He's a little sharp right in here. Yeah. Do 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 do. I feel bad I didn't play that song right away for Lucio. Because they were having a rough day. I don't want anybody to have a rough day. Sad heart. I cannot see very well the pixel differences in this edge. I think I cut into it. Oh my gosh. It's like slightly bowed, which is interesting. Boop. 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 There we go. Very close we are to this one being done. I love Coldplay. Get all these particles away from my dice. Boop. Oh. Thank you for the song request, Pocky. There we go. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, goodness. Select, invert. The next song, this is my next one, I think. Not 100% sure. Alright, I'm excited to listen to it. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Select, invert. Why is it not doing it? God dang it. Yaha! Ooh. I'm going to bring this back just a little bit. Ooh. Don't crash! Don't crash! I believe in you, Avinity. I like the guitar in this Pocky. It's very nice. This one's very emotional. I like it. I like the song quite a bit, actually, Pocky. I'll be very, very hyped if you do use it for your next video. That's just amazing, yeah. Makes me feel a little emotional, honestly. A little... Made me feeling kind of emotional. Ooh, that's secondary guitar? Ooh. God damn. I like this. Mmm. Let's go hard, Pocky. Let's go hard. Let's go hard. Oof. Very good song. I imagine it super well, honestly. Thank you for that song. Holy shit. Almost made me cry a little bit, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I was honest with you, it made me cry a little bit. It was very nice. Just like the tempo of it a lot. That was really good. Very, very nice. Very nice song. I hope to see it in your next video. And it's like perfect timing too. The video very perfectly lined up when I got done with that dice. Yum yum yum. Gosh me. We could go raid Cannabitch. Cannabitch is streaming. I'm just finishing my noodles. Is Cannabitch still streaming? No, they're not. No. Damn. Okay, hold on. My noodles are sticking to the bottom of my cup. No, come to me. No. Okay. Alrighty. That was my din-din. Had a lovely time here today. But I gotta go crunch some work, and I think I gotta get into the zone. So, I love you guys very much. And we're gonna end out with some cask. We're gonna go raid somebody that I'm gonna pick in the next 5 seconds. It's gonna be Arch. We're gonna go a different Arch. We're gonna go raid Archivist because they are currently playing Hades. So I hope you have fun over there. Oh my god, we're in an ad break. Fuck me, dude. Oh well. I hope you guys have fun over there. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful time. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Kickstarter release. Let's go. I love you so much. Mwah. See you tomorrow. Remember, I hope you always get to do what you love. Good night. Good night. Good night, everybody. I love you. Good night.